Let's go ahead and call a meeting to order. The purpose of today's meeting is basically just a budget workshop. We're not going to be making any decisions today. And so the idea will be that I'll turn this over to Alice here in a minute to have her people present, which I think is the protocol we're going to use. And then to keep it under control here, the protocol that we'll have here is somebody will make, let's just say Wayne comes up to make a presentation. He'll make a presentation, and then at the end of the presentation, we'll start the first one maybe with Mark, and we'll go across for comments, and the next we'll go back and forth. That way we've got kind of a way of handling this thing. We've had free-for-alls in the past, led by me, I think, in the past. So with that, I'm going to turn to this. Is that a fair comment, Connie? Who tends to ask the most questions in a budget meeting? Yeah, I know. She's looking at me. Anyway, Alice, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, department heads. I passed out to the board a budget overview and economic outlook. This is something that I typically present to the board on the initial meeting each year. In preparation for this meeting, which is essentially the kickoff, we prepare to you a proposed budget that gives you an outline of what's been prepared, what's been worked on, specifically with what department heads have been requesting, that gives you a picture of what everything looks like initially at first blush. The proposed budget we're presenting today has been prepared with conservative approach to revenues and expenditures, which allow us to continue to deliver high quality services to residents and visitors alike. Ricky, can you, there you go, thank you. Expenses have been compiled by meeting with the department heads, as I noted, who will be presenting their department requests throughout today. The main objective today is to listen to department heads' requests, ask questions, and provide feedback. It is imperative that we receive feedback from the Board of Aldermen so we can first and foremost ensure that priorities discussed today are aligned with the current board and incorporate board feedback into the budgets that will be presented in the April workshops. And you can see on the screen we've outlined budget preparation priorities.
Can I just just real quick? We don't have revenue forecasts in here, correct? Not at this. We don't have a consolidated look at
we
revenue.
Do.
Okay.
There's a revenue forecast going on the assumption of the numbers that we got from Onslow County. So I'll be talking through that as I go through this sheet.
It's not in the spreadsheets.
It's in the form. Yeah, the spreadsheets that have been sent out to the board yesterday show the look of what everything is with what, like I said, what the department heads have requested. Okay. We have not ran any models yet as far as revenue neutral, which I know that the board wants to see. Those will be at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So the budget preparation priorities that we've outlined for the 26-27 proposed budget are as follows: remain fiscally sound with a healthy fund balance, continue to provide and enhance public safety to residents and visitors, maintain a high level of preparedness to respond to and recover from emergencies, continue to support and balance the demands of new residential development, continue to provide high service levels and quality of life amenities, our beach, addressing infrastructure needs and capital improvements. The budget was prepared in accordance with North Carolina general statutes and the North Carolina General Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act. Revenues and expenditures. In mid-March, we received initial fiscal year 26-27 taxable value projections as of March 2nd, 2026 from Onslow County. I just want to note too that these will change as they go through the appeal process. So we will not know where we finally land until later in the budget process. And I will also, feedback that I got from in a meeting last week with County Commissioners President, where they don't expect to set their tax rate until, they will not know until June. So you're not going to know until late on in a process where they stand. North Topsail Beach receives, right now they're showing a 38.3% increase from last year in the projections. The total assessed value is $2.4 billion, and excluding motor vehicles, $2.38 billion. This equates to 10.2 in gross levy revenue at 43 cents per $100 valuation. For budgetary purposes, we used a 96% collection rate, which is 9.8 million levy. General fund, which, as you know, it's allocated between general fund, which is 5.9, capital improvement fund, which is 12, 1.6, and shoreline protection fund 30, which is 2.2. So that's an initial breakdown. Highlights include general fund revenues. Estimates do not utilize prior year reserves, meaning fund balance. And with a conservative assumption, such as not accounting for grants other than what is currently awarded, no increase in occupancy tax over the actual receipts to date in fiscal year 26, and no built-in increase for local sales and use tax. The total general fund revenue estimate is $11,107,676. General fund expenditures are estimated in the same amount, which is a balanced budget. Based on current needs, recognizing inflation, it includes a $708,803 contingency as of right now. Again, this is early on, and these numbers are all subject to change based on board feedback. Personnel costs account for over half of the general fund. As mentioned, department heads are presenting their budgets today. We have incorporated these requests to provide insight as to how these will affect the budget. To be consistent across the organization, 10% was utilized until we received feedback today. The Orbit retirement match, we did get that in, which is earlier than prior years, so luckily we had that to plug in, which is 15.17% for regular employees and 17.10% for law enforcement staff. And that has been incorporated. We do not have group insurance renewal rates nor all other insurance renewals at this time. Some examples of those are workers' compensation, property, vehicles, equipment. A 10% increase assumption was utilized for initial budgetary purposes. For healthcare, though, we do think that 10% increase is going to be realistic based on feedback that we got from them early on. Okay, the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget reflects an overall increase of 17%, or $1.6 million over fiscal year 25-26 total operating budget. Looking forward, the proposed budget provides a financial plan and foundation. It reflects our collective goals and priorities as a town. If we work together and strategically plan, we will continue to build upon the many projects and programs that have been initiated. Mr. Doug Carter with the Carter Associates, he will be attendance at the April meetings that are scheduled to review and provide the board insight as requested to the 5-year plan and modeling. Staff in the next coming weeks will also be running as requested revenue neutral rate models along with other scenarios. And once staff is running those models, those will be reviewed by Carter's, and those will be discussed further in April. These models and forecasts will prepare the board to make informed budgetary decisions. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to staff, the department heads who have helped in putting together this initial budget and who continue to work on the budgetary process. So that's all I have for right now, and we'll turn it over to
Just
staff.
real quick, Wayne, which one of the spreadsheets that you, the ones I'm looking at, I do not see anything that is a summary of revenues. Which one is it? I'm looking at governing body, administration, IT, planning, inspections, public buildings, insurance, retired police, public works, streets, sanitation, recreation, fire, committees, and non-departmental.
In the list of spreadsheets, it's not. We use the table to create this pie chart. I can send that to everybody
Yeah,
in table
because
format.
I got nothing to compare, I've
Okay.
got nothing to compare it to. So if you could send us that.
Okay.
Because when I was looking at this, I was only looking at expenses, which I guess is going to be our focus today anyway, right?
Sure.
Okay. So for planning purposes, we're going to be looking at, because right now, what she's got here includes the spreadsheet that you're going to be showing us. The calculations and stuff in terms of revenues and things.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, I did not include that in the spreadsheets that were emailed, but I do have a revenue spreadsheet that again, that the pie chart was created off of.
That's fine. If you could just send us to after the meeting, it's fine.
Right, okay,
That's fine. No, we're gonna be focusing on, I think, expenses today anyway. When we were talking about, when I read this thing from Alice, which is normally what we do, I couldn't tie it back to anything you sent me, so,
okay.
thank you.
I will
Sorry.
send it in table
Alice,
format.
Thank
Yep.
you.
The numbers that I talked about tie into the Excel spreadsheets
Yes.
that were prepared.
Right, no, but there's no revenue, we didn't get any revenue from him.
They didn't get the revenue
Okay.
table, which I will send.
This is the revenue.
Okay, gotcha.
So this is very good. If I had the revenue sheet, I could tie it back, but when I was looking at, there was nothing here on the revenue side, which I think is just as important to find out what we're, because I think that.
And
run
we've plugged
copies
all
of
those
this
in.
and hand
No,
it
that's
out.
fine. We don't need it today.
Okay,
We don't need it today until we model this stuff out and go through this stuff.
okay.
All right. Go ahead, Alice, I'm sorry.
No worries. So after the department heads present, we also will get feedback on the agency requests, outside agency requests for funding. We'll talk about those. But again, we'll turn it over to staff. Who wants to go first? Any volunteers?
The guy with the gun, eh?
Okay.
All right. So I can pull up, please. There we go.
The fire department takes it all. Good morning. I have handouts, if I may approach. All right, so I've kept my requests quite simple this year, actually. My main focus is going to be on a pay plan. The majority of my requests outside of the pay plan are basically just administrative changes. As you can see in the summary here, we're going to be looking at the beach ambassador line item, or the beach patrol line item. We're going to increase investment opportunities for employee training. We're going to adjust our gas, oil, and tire budget, obviously for the things that are happening around the world right now. We're establishing funding for community outreach programs, and our standard requests for 2 vehicles and capital outlay are present as they usually are. And then, of course, the large ask is for a department pay plan. And I have some reductions this year also. Next slide, please. Our beach patrol expenses, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage here because the majority of my involvement last year's budget and previous budgets was that I just made recommendations and the chief took them forward. So I'm not sure exactly how the beach patrol budget ended up where it is. It was historically at $14,000 since its inception. We've been doing the beach ambassador program for I think 4 years now, and it's always been at $14,000. Last year got reduced to $12,189. We've never run out in that line item. However, we have vehicles that have to be maintained as part of that program. And if we hire additional beach ambassadors, which I know a lot of people like those beach ambassadors, we want to make sure that we can pay them. So I'd like to return that to its historical level of $14,000. Again, this is an administrative change. I think it's a total of about $1,800, so not a huge big deal there. Next slide. Employee training. We have always had trouble finding a place to go shoot. And shooting is obviously part, it's not only a requirement, but it's obviously an important part of the job, right? All of our guys need to be very well trained. We entered into, I don't want to say a contract, we have an agreement with Sanctum, which is a range over in Holly Ridge. I don't know if any of you are familiar. It's a very nice facility. Better, it is, yeah. Better than anything that law enforcement in this area currently provides. They've agreed to allow us to shoot out there for a year at $3,500. incorporated in that, we get training from them. We get 2 days a month that the range is just ours. We can go out there and shoot anytime we want. We've been utilizing that. And so I'd like to build that 3,500 into the training budget. Additionally, you see 55,000 has been added into that budget for the pay plan, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. Gas, oil, and tires. When I initially sat down with the town manager and the finance manager to talk about our budget, I said, I think our gas, oil, and tire budget's going well. And then I watched the news a couple of days later, and our gas, oil, and tire budget's not going so well. So I'd like to put about 6,000 extra in that just to give us a bit of a buffer. We're currently 75% expended, and we've got 3 months to go. That level that it's at right now was set around the time of COVID. So it was already for about a $3.50 per gallon cost, but now we're creeping up past that. So an additional 6,000 in gas, oil, and tires. Departmental supplies. I've listened to you and I've listened to the town manager. I understand that you're interested in having community outreach events. And this is where it was recommended that I put funding for those community outreach events. And I'll just take a minute to throw a shameless plug in here. We're having a community outreach event May 15th at 4 p.m. It's basically a police week event. So we're going to showcase everything that we're capable of and give everybody an opportunity to meet the officers and see what we have. So $3,000, that's basically just to pay for marketing materials, promotional items, little trinkets to hand out to the children, and we even got children's fingerprint kits so that parents can keep a record of their children's fingerprints, DNA, and things like that, so that if there's ever a problem, child goes missing, they have something to hand off to authorities. Capital outlay. Last year, we were at $145,000 and change for 2 vehicles. Again, I wasn't directly involved in that. I'm not sure what the reason for that is. What I've found now is that a lot of the dealerships, the state contract dealerships that are selling police vehicles, they're upfitting them somewhat to give you a package deal. And the upfit cost has gone down quite a bit as a result. They're using state contract upfit parts, and they're passing those savings along. So I'm hopeful that I'll be able to find 2 of those vehicles. As I discussed when I requested a second vehicle 2 board meetings ago, if we don't stay at 2 vehicles, we end up at quite a bottleneck. And what happens later is we end up buying 4 vehicles or 3 vehicles. And then when those age out, now we have a bunch of vehicles that are deadlined or close to deadline or not in good shape that we have to replace all at once. So I'd like to maintain that 2 vehicle per year purchase. So we're at 130, which is a reduction of about $15,000 from last year. All right, the department pay plan. That's the big ask. I shouldn't say big. It's medium big. So I've thought a lot about how to do this, and I've identified some problems. And the number one problem in law enforcement in general right now is that there aren't people lined up to be police officers. When I started in law enforcement, if there was 1 opening, you had 10 applicants. Now if there's 10 openings, you get 1 applicant. And so we have to do everything we can to attract officers to come out here in the first place. And that's difficult to do because we're small. And people know we're small. People know we don't have a high call volume. And a lot of people, when they get in law enforcement, they want the running, gunning, kicking down doors and all that kind of thing that they do in places like Jacksonville, Fayetteville, Raleigh, things like that. We don't have that to offer. What we do offer historically is we send them to training, right? Which is something that you don't get at other agencies. A lot of larger agencies, you check in, they hand you some keys, and you go take calls. And that's all you do for the first 3 years of your life, minimum. And we don't do that. We use the wintertime as an opportunity to send them to training that they normally wouldn't get until year 5, year 7, things like, somewhere along in their career. So that way, we do that for a couple of reasons. One, it benefits us. And also, if they decide to leave, they're a better qualified officer. And wherever they go, that new agency is getting a better hire out of it. So we have to attract people to come here. And in my opinion, we need to entice them to stay. I went through, in preparation for the budget, I went through last budget meeting. And one of the things that was brought up a lot was the fact that we need to focus on treating the employees that are already here better. And we cannot, because of our size, we cannot give them a place to go within the agency. If they want to get promoted, a sergeant, a corporal, a captain has to quit or die. And that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. We only have so many places to move them to. So what I'm proposing is, I don't want to say restructuring, but it's a different way of looking at how we're promoting our officers. So I've removed corporal ranks from the equation altogether. We will no longer have corporals. But we have a step plan in place whereby after 3 years of service, you're eligible for PO1, or PO2, and after 7 years of service, you're eligible for a master patrol officer position, both of which incorporate a pay raise. And then in addition to that, we're looking at paying for training and certificates that they receive as an incentive that's paid yearly or biannually. So if an officer goes to, say for instance, drone school, and he becomes a drone pilot, and he's able to fly that drone anytime he's on duty, and maybe he's even on call, depending on the situation on a busy 4th of July weekend, we're going to compensate him for that ability. It's a service that's provided to the taxpayers, and it's something that that the town is benefiting from. So I feel like that needs to be compensated for. And there's multiple others in that pay plan that I handed out, multiple other things that you can go for to try to get a higher yearly incentive bonus. I put a cap on it of five per employee. And importantly, they have to actually use that certification. So they can't stack these certifications just for the purpose of being paid for them, right? And through their evaluation process, their supervisor, namely me, is going to say, hey, you didn't do any drone flying this year, so I'm not going to give you that $1,000 for your drone flying ability. I'm glad you've got it, but let's try to utilize it, right? And obviously there's other ways to deal with somebody who's not working and not doing the things that they are supposed to be doing. But what I'm trying to do here is basically give people, officers that come in, not only an incentive to come in, but also an incentive to stay. They have something to look forward to, something to attain, something to reach for as they're here, so that after 2 years of being here, if an officer checks in and 2 years later he hasn't gone anywhere, he starts getting antsy and says, you know, I kind of want to go somewhere else. So with this plan, he has some place to move to without necessarily being promoted. Backing up, I am asking to change the starting salary. The starting salary in the county, the average starting salary in the county and in the region, not just the county of Pender County, as far down as Bald Head Island, it's $54,000 is the average for a starting salary. Now the county's hurting us right now because the county is starting their deputies at $60,000, which I know we can't do, and I wouldn't expect. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but they are. So $54,000 gets us in the average range. And I think that number, to me, it's crazy. And I had a conversation with the mayor a few weeks ago. I started here at $14 an hour, and I made it somehow. But the reality is people can't live on $40,000 or $45,000 a year nowadays. It's not possible. Rent is out of control. Of course, it's based on BAH from the base, but some of them are even higher than that. I mean, I've heard people that are getting 2-bedroom apartments for $2,000, that's unreal. So $45,000 if you're single or if you don't have another source of income is just not feasible. One thing I did want to address, Mayor, during the last budget meeting, you brought up the fact that we had a pay range and we could hire somewhere in that pay range. Unfortunately, and I don't know the reason for this, historically we haven't been able to go past 5%. I don't know, is that written in policy? No. Okay,
The communication has always been that there was ability to hire at any point in that range if a qualified candidate had applied.
certainly. And we've talked about that, the communication issues there. But my point in saying this is that while I may be able to move somebody into a higher rate, I have to provide justification for that. So if I've got somebody coming in who's a BLET graduate and has no credentials other than he's a BLET graduate, and I move him up, well, then the next person that comes along that has a little bit of credentials, I have to move him higher. And we end up in a compression situation, which we've had several times this year already, where somebody's been here 3 years and is making less than the guy that I just hired. And so while the range is there, the effective starting pay is still $45,000, $45,089, I think it is. So I'm asking to raise that to $54,000. Go to the next slide, please, Ricky. So here's an example of what that would look like. Officer Smith, the hypothetical Officer Smith, he's been here for 3 years. He's a drone pilot, a field training officer. He's completed his base patrol class package, which consists of seven different certifications that he uses daily on patrol. And his current salary is $51,925. Now, we don't have an Officer Smith, but we do have an officer that meets all of those, and their salary is $51,925. And so under this proposed pay plan, he would be a PO2, and his base salary would be $56,700. His annual bonus would be $3,500, and it could be paid in 2 installments, just to give you an idea of what that looks like. Next slide. Obviously, the positive impact on this town, we're boosting morale. We're retaining the people that we put time and money into, all right? I calculated quickly before I came in, the cost of just the uniforms for a new officer is $2,360. Just uniforms. That's everything that they wear outside of their gun and taser. We keep those. We don't give new ones every time somebody comes in. But vests, shirts, pants, boots, all the things, duty gear, $2,360. We're saving that money if we retain them. It takes us 12 weeks of training to get that person from a BLET graduate to being on the road by themselves. We have to pay for a psych test, a medical evaluation, a urinalysis. We have to do a full background, and we have to qualify them on the range. And that entire process takes about 2 months to go through. So there's a lot of things that we're saving there. Mainly what this is an investment in the people that we have here and the people that we want to have here. This allows us to attract better qualified candidates that are more motivated to be here, and motivates employees that we already have to stay here. Next slide. I did manage to save a little bit of money. I do not have any non-capital projects this year planned. Last year we had two drones, and I think we had some AEDs in there. So that was where that $16,720 was going. I removed that. My professional services budget, it's an anomaly. I don't know why. We had $30,000 in there. No matter. Brought it down to $7,500. We use that to pay for things like the SEG test and urinalysis and medical examinations. My ballistic vest grant I brought down to $4,400. That wasn't inflated for a reason last year. It traditionally sits right around $5,000 to $6,000, but last year they added the funds from the previous year because we had not yet been billed for those vests. So it had gone up to $10,000 and change, and now it's back down to $6,400. And then capital outlay, as I mentioned, I managed to decrease $15,000 because I found better deals on vehicles. So my total offset there is $58,720. Next slide. So as you can see, my total ask is $79,411, but that does not include the salaries. That's only through my line items. The salary numbers, I'm not entirely certain about. I looked at them yesterday, and I would defer you to Wayne to get those numbers. And I think they are included in the package that you have. So that's my request for this year. I have focused heavily on the pay plan. It's what's important, I believe. I think it's the most pressing issue that's facing the town facing the police department right now. And if I'm being honest, you could take all of our cool things away, give us clipboards and revolvers, and we would still police this town some kind of way. But we have to take care of the people that we have, and we have to attract candidates that are going to provide good services for the town, so that when you look out your window at night and see that police car go by, you know that that person's motivated to be here and he's taken care of, or she. That's all I have. I welcome any questions.
Let's start with Mark.
First and foremost, thank you and everyone that's involved with the police service. I think a lot of people do not realize it is a 24/7, 365-day job. At 2:45 in the morning, Christmas morning, New Year's Eve, people just take all of them, police, fire, and EMS, for granted sometimes.
Yes, sir. I
So
appreciate
again, thank you, well presentation. Really and truly, the biggest thing I take out of your presentation is the vision, the future vision. I can't agree with I can't agree more with everything you've put forward. I want to invest in the people. I want people that want to be here. My biggest concern is, and I've been approached by many public residents here, and this may be more of a town manager and public works, gasoline. Of course, we don't know what the market's going to do and everything else. And then also, we know we have to leave the island to get gas. But I don't know what Public Works has as far as filling up things down there at Fire Station 2 and the Public Works. But I don't know if we're able to, buy bulk containers, 5,500 gallons, and then just swap the tankers out, dealing with CAMA and whatever other issues we may have. But we currently have gas tanks down there, right?
Well, I'll let Chris speak to the details of it. We
Yeah.
do have.
So I don't know what the quantity is, but I do know that we still want North Topsail Beach going to Sneed's Ferry and knowing their way around Sneed's Ferry for second call-ins. Holly Ridge as well. Sanctum is awesome. Great that you guys are going there. Also, it gets people to know the areas as well. But I would like for us to look into some way of having gas on the island that we can buy in bulk at a cheaper rate than having to constantly go to Speedway every, 4 or 5 times a day, it seems like. But great presentation. I couldn't agree. Like I said, I can't agree with. I think that was well presented. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Connie?
Can't skip me. Obviously, I'm in a unique position, having worked with you and all the officers. I think, much like you said, it's imperative that we do focus on a pay scale that retains people, that honors people, and we called it value added in my previous agency, but I see the same sort of thing with the specialties and certifications. I think that's vital to, as you said, there's not a whole lot of diversity and movement here. It's beach patrol, there's detective roles, sergeant roles, but ultimately it's really heavy on patrol. And allowing people to do instructor, drone pilot, I think that's vital to giving the officers an opportunity to grow. Also, like you said, by letting them grow, I think it makes them more profitable to other agencies. So by raising the scale and including these incentives, I think it's really good. What have you found in the past budget or the past year, and what do you foresee in the future, other than gasoline, is to be expense or ammunition costs? I think are going to be going up. What other supply issues do you foresee could be a yellow flag for you moving forward?
So actually, ammunition has gone down with the current administration, and because a couple of years ago we switched from 45 caliber weapons to 9mm weapons, that saved us a ton of money and allowed me to stockpile a lot more ammunition, which we do on purpose because we invariably, because of the political climate, we end up in a situation where you just can't find any. So we put a good amount back. Ammunition is not an issue. So what I've seen, what costs the most money is the technology, right? Technology is continuously changing. Next year, we'll be looking at renewing our contract for our body cameras. Storage is extremely expensive. Cloud storage is expensive.
Right.
Those cameras get beat to death. They're on somebody's chest 24/7. And so they're constantly getting bumped into doors and so on and so forth, falling, all those things. Those have to be replaced on a regular rotation. So I would say technology is probably where the majority of the expense is going to go. Vehicles have been expensive since COVID. And I don't know if any of y'all have bought a vehicle lately, but I would not pay the prices if it was personal. I would not pay the prices that they're asking for these things. I wish I could keep them on the road for 20 years. It's not feasible. But they've been expensive, so that's not anything new.
And in the past, we had a vehicle sheet that you provided us with the mileage and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
And as I know, many of these vehicles are well over 100,000 miles.
They are.
Which I think reliability becomes an issue. Are we seeing a breakdown in, or repair cost increased with the higher mileage vehicles?
Well, fortunately, I happen to be pretty good at turning a wrench. So occasionally I'll take a patrol vehicle down to Public Works and I'll do the work on it myself, and it saves the town a lot of money, and frankly, I think I do a better job than some mechanics. So, not to my own horn, but I think I do a pretty good job with it. So yeah, we've tried to offset those costs quite a bit. We do see more larger repairs. So the closer you get to that 100,000 mile mark, that's when you start having things like suspension issues, not really engine issues so much, but these cars are just filled with computers now. And so you'll have a patrol car where all of a sudden the speedometer that used to be a dial that goes like this is now a digital display, and it just goes away. And that is incredible. You have to go to the dealership. I mean, most places won't work on something like that. So then you have to take that truck to the dealership. They have to work on it. And it's unfortunate that vehicles are that way. I wish they built them like they did 30 years ago, but that's where those costs go.
I have a lot more questions, and we could talk about this all day long, but
I'm here till 5.
the other aldermen, I'm sure, have their questions as well. Chief, I appreciate obviously everything that you have done for the department, for the troops, the men and women alike, as well as the fire department, which I'll compliment them when they come up and do their report. But thank you very much for your service to the town.
Thanks, sir.
Very good budget presentation.
Thank you.
I appreciated it. How many total officers do you have currently?
We have 13 full-time officers. Total officers, including reserves, are at 18.
13 full-time and altogether 18. Are your reserve officers paid as well?
When they come in, only when they
Okay.
work.
It's in the spreadsheet.
I,
They gotta read, you
Yeah.
can't read it, but it's
no, I wanted it so that it'd be on
on the record.
the record, so that people could hear. Are you asking for any more new employees?
No, ma'am, not this year.
Okay. How many beach patrol people do you have?
Are you asking about beach ambassadors?
Beach ambassadors.
So we are in the process of hiring. My goal is to get 3. I have one that's returning from last year. In fact, she's been with us this is her her 4th year. She's been here for the entire program. So I'm really just looking to fill 2 spots. 3 is my target.
And so do you have 3 side-by-sides for them?
No, I
Or-
have one beach patrol vehicle, the little Jeeps that we
Yeah,
drive. I have one of those, and I have a Ranger, a Ford Ranger that they drive.
All right. And does that also include, now does the beach patrol that does the overnight beach patrol, does that fall under the police?
It does not.
It does
That
not.
falls under the planning department, I believe, doesn't it?
All right,
Or
all right, very
Yes.
good. And, what is the big benefit to changing to Sanctum versus the police facility at the end of Dolph Everett Road in Holly Ridge?
Well, the main issue is the availability, right? So that range is owned and operated by the town of Holly Ridge, and they get the final say about who's there and when. And so oftentimes, some cops are lazy, okay? And oftentimes, we all are trying to qualify at the same time of year, and you can't get into the range. And so we're constantly fighting for time. Also, we don't get to train out there. We get to go out there for qualifications mostly, but deal that we have with Sanctum allows us to go out twice a month. It's the first and second Tuesday of every month, and we get the range all day long. We get to use their targets. We get to use all their facilities. They have turning targets and all. I mean, this is the nicest range I've ever been to, and I've been to a lot of them. And so,
Tell her what the difference is between that and Holly Ridge.
oh,
That's a commercial, it's night and day, right?
Holly Ridge is a dirt pile in the middle of the woods.
I've been out there.
Yeah.
To the dirt pile.
Yeah. Now, nothing against Holly Ridge.
No,
if I
no,
had my own
because-
dirt pile, I'd be happy with it. But I
For
just
sure.
don't. You know? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've been out to the one at Holly Ridge. Yeah. So it was nice that it was available and provided. But you're saying the services and the training you can get from Sanctum are just very much superior.
Very much so. Yeah, and they have certified instructors out there, which
Oh.
I'm a firearms instructor. I do the majority of the instruction for our agency, but they have people who are trained in competitive shooting, are really able to take an officer who's having trouble shooting or whatever, and they can hone in on what the issues are, grip, this, that, all the things. And they've offered to do that for us for free for this same $3,500, in addition to all the time that we get out there, multiple days a year, or 2 days a month, for the entire year. They've
So this
offered
is
that training
$3,500 for a year.
for the entire year for the entire department. Yes.
All right.
It's the best deal I've seen on a range. Yeah.
It's a great deal.
And I asked them, they asked them if it was gonna change, and they said they have no plans of increasing that, so you can't argue with it.
And I was very fortunate last year to have been able to have gone and qualified on that range. And it's same. I mean, I've worked obviously in a major metropolitan area and used their range. This range is superior. Their staff is phenomenal. I think this is one of the best investments for a town that doesn't have their own range or access to. And I just think we were very fortunate. Whoever negotiated this did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, it was Sergeant Ludwig. I'll just go ahead and plug his name. Sergeant Ludwig actually had a part-time job out there when they first opened, and he was the one that got us in touch. So very, very grateful for his contribution there.
Well, very good. And I thank you for everything. I thank your officers. You guys do a phenomenal job.
Thank you, ma'am.
You want me to say that again? No.
Yes, I need for minutes.
Oh, they always save the best for last. And besides that, they already ask all the hard questions, so I can ask anything.
Okay.
Question, the reserve officers you talk about, how many we have?
5.
5. And how do you use those time-wise?
Well, there's different reasons for different ones. So some of them I keep on staff for the express purpose of bringing them in for internal investigations, right? So we have some that have retired from law enforcement, and when you have an internal investigation, you want to try to remove as much of the bias as possible. Those officers don't know any of our current officers. So if I have somebody that I need to investigate internally, I'll bring them in to do the investigation. Also, we have some that actually will come out and cover shifts for us, right? Without exception, with one exception, all of our reserve officers used to be full-time officers with us. And some of them long time ago, some of them more recently. So people move on in life and they say, I don't want to do this full-time because it's breaking my back and ruining my sleep schedule and all that kind of thing. They ask to be put in a reserve status, which really has no effect on the department. It's just a change of status. And then when they come in and work to cover a shift, we pay them then. But they don't get benefits, they just get part-time pay.
They only get paid for when they're coming to work.
Correct, yes, sir.
How often do you think that you use those?
Well, it depends on our staffing levels. Recently, I've been using a reserve officer quite frequently. Dawn Yarnick, I don't know if you've seen her in the meetings. She comes in with me. She's been helping me a lot. She retired from the sheriff's office as a lieutenant, and she has more of that administrative background, so she's been coming in to help me a lot through this transition process.
In staffing, where do you consider us in regards to being fully staffed?
We're down 2 right now. Well, we're down 1. I've hired one that's in BLET. He's not doing much for me right now, but as soon as he graduates from BLET, he will.
But when we're fully staffed, that we're able to handle most all the operations that take place.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we don't have any problem with
And
operations.
that's in good, that's in busy times and slow times.
Correct, yes. We're gonna handle it one way or another. Of course, we prefer to do it with a full roster.
Yeah, I understand.
Sure.
Well, thank you. It was a very excellent presentation. Thank you.
Sir.
Now the tough questions. They already did the beach patrol. Can we put up the pay plan again, Ricky? So looking at the spreadsheet, you've got 7 officers that would get a raise to get to 54,
Yes, that's correct.
right? Just so I'm looking at the spreadsheet, which I don't have a problem with. I'm just trying to figure out the math.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about,
When you look at the spreadsheet that's attached to the police budget, you've
Yeah.
got the list of the officers and their current pay without their names on it. And on that sheet, there'll be 7 of them that to get moved up. If you're moving everybody up to, you're gonna have the same jam again, you know, because you got people that are at the bottom of that, and you got people that are, let me see if I can find them
if I may,
on the salary. No, I got it.
well, this is a
Yeah.
spreadsheet that I put together. That's
Right, so, but what I'm saying is you're gonna, one of the things that I would ask you to do, don't hand this out, I'll give this back to you, I don't like to have people's names associated with stuff on this.
Certainly.
Just, but what I'd like you to do is, you're gonna have, if you moved everybody that was under 54 to 54, you're gonna have a problem, because you got people with experience. I mean, you've got a range in here of, I'm trying to find the closest one. You got somebody at 52.1, and you've got somebody at 47, so you got a $5,000 pay gap.
Right.
So moving everybody on this thing to 54, you're just gonna have the same problem you just described, right?
Well, no, because that step plan that I'm implementing
Right.
is going to allow those officers, once they get that experience, they can move into that PO2 spot, right? So I believe that one that you're talking about at 51 has the required experience to move
Right.
into that PO2 spot. So they won't actually be at 54.
Okay, yeah, okay, see, I didn't see the new, so you've got, okay. But you've got somebody going up 13,000, you've got,
Right,
and that's based on responsibilities?
right. That's a sergeant, right?
Okay. Oh, that's a sergeant, is that what it is? Okay.
Correct.
I was just trying to understand it, because the one thing I didn't want you to do is have everybody make 54,000, then you're back here next year with the same problem again in terms
No,
of compression.
54,000 would be the starting pay, and that step plan gives them a place to go,
Right,
right? So after 3 years, they can move up, and in the meantime, they can start working on their classes so they can get that incentive pay.
because I'm trying to figure out, so that is, according to this, 38, that's 78,000 in payroll. Does that tie back to your,
No, sir. So the summary that I have on here does not include payroll at all. It's just for the line item request,
okay.
right?
Because you're looking at, well, when you look though at the top schedule that Wayne gave us, you're asking for an increase in salaries of 89,000, so 10%.
Right. But, so I don't, the
These
calculations,
these don't tie to 10% is my point, so if you can,
the calculations that I made are what's in your hand.
Right.
I'd have to let Wayne tell you how he got to 89,132. I don't know.
he just took 10% times the past salaries, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, what we tried to do to incorporate the tier plan, which I will say right now, I know it's gonna need more work to
Right.
dial into the details.
Right.
Because the chief did a great job giving us some details. We tried to incorporate that 10% is people's base, and then the different levels of the tier, anywhere, the reaching 54, and then 54 plus 3 or 7, or whatever the different tiers are. So we tried to use an overall 10% increase to cover what that would be. It probably is not exact at this moment. We need to go deeper into person by person.
Okay.
But that's what that 10% was, to try to take where people are now. Some of it will be an increase to get them to the 54 level. Some of them will be an extra increase, which will bring them into their
All I'm saying
tiers.
is I'd like to see it flushed out and tied back to his schedule.
Sure.
I can't tie this back to the schedule that we have.
Sure, and that's,
Okay, and
that's me.
I don't necessarily have a problem with what you're talking about doing. I just noticed that there's, like I said, you've gone from, somebody under here has gone up 7,000, some's gone up 14,000. That math doesn't tie back to a 10% increase, so if we can, I just wanna make sure when we're doing the financial forecast on this thing, Wayne, that we can tie it back to what he's actually asking for, because this doesn't include if we did a COLA or anything. This is just basically a base request to
yeah.
restructure the
This
department.
expansion request is to try to get close to the proposed.
No, that's fine.
tiers
I'm just,
that the chief has.
frankly, I'm just looking at the math. I don't have any concerns right now, because I don't know what the numbers are,
Sure.
Mr. Carter's not in here to be the skunk at the picnic and tell us what we can and can't afford, right? What I'm looking at, though, is when I look at what we have under salaries, okay? If we were to do cost of living or something else, it's going to be in addition to the 89,000 that's here.
Yes,
Because this is a restructuring number.
Yes,
So
sir.
if we were, I'm gonna make a number up, if we were to say, use the 10% we've used in the past, then then I'm gonna call it 90. 90 becomes 180,000, and you got a completely different forecast as to what this is gonna cost over 5 years,
Correct.
right? That's what I'm not talking about the restructuring or anything else, but if we're gonna do a forecast, which is Carter's gonna do over 5 years, if this is 180,000 instead of 90,000, then you got the compounding effect each year, and I think we need to see that number and see what it looks like. And then back to bonuses, I saw you had, so sign-on bonuses, a question for you. All right, so I sign on, I get my cash, and I decide to leave the next day.
No, that'll be tied to the amount of time you're here. Generally, sign-on bonuses, or at least in my experience, sign-on bonuses are paid after a year of employment.
That's what I was
Or 18
asking.
months of
So it's
employment.
basically, you, in order to get the bonus, you have to be here for that period of time.
Correct.
That was my question too. Normally, it's,
You don't get it when you sign on.
You get 50%, and then you
Right.
get maybe 10% more after 6
Right.
months, and then you
Yep.
get the rest after like
Yep.
2 years, yeah.
I'm a jack of all trades, but a financier I'm not.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
I'm gonna lean on him quite heavily.
You and I
to
also
get
talked
those
about
figured
working
out.
with the county. I've talked to, well, now 4 of the commissioners to try to work on ways that we can work together to cut expenses together. And so I know your commitment is to do that. We talked about it before, is to sit down with Chris Thomas and find out if there's anything we can do together. And I'm thinking
Certainly.
equipment and all that kind of stuff too, so.
Certainly.
EOC is not in here.
No, sir, that's not in the police department budget.
That's in a capital 5-year
That'll be in
outlook.
the other one? Okay. Because I did talk to Frankie about that. He's aware of it. Alice had already talked to him, and you guys must have talked to him too.
Right.
About doing something there. So that's in the other budget? Okay.
Yes, in the capital 5-year plan.
Okay. All right. So just looking at the math, I like the presentation. It's a good job on that. I just want to make sure that the numbers become accurate, Wayne, because if we're doubling 89, now you're at a 20% increase, which obviously from the town standpoint is not sustainable. So, okay. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Did you want me to take that paper back?
Oh, yes, please. I get nervous when I got people's names associated with salary. Except for yours.
Thank you for the presentation,
Thank you.
and
Nice
you
job,
kind
buddy.
of set the bar high for the rest of the crowd.
Morning. I'm Deputy Chief Harley. Chad's dealing with some stuff, so I'm going to try to step in and do my best chief impression that I can give. So looking at our budget, we could go through the line item stuff if y'all want to go dive in deep. But pretty much across the board, we're about just a little bit of increase for inflation. With the expenses of, a $2 increase in diesel for the last month or so, it's gone up. We're still on track this year, but just preparing for next year, we increased a little bit. Our department supplies went down because we purchased some stuff this year that we won't need to repurchase. The other stuff that went up was uniforms. For our turnout gear, we're expecting another increase every year it goes up. And we're trying to get the we're on pace for getting the 2 sets for everybody. So every year we rotate and get about 4 new sets of gear. The other one that I saw that went down was the dues and subscription. We had some decrease in our our reporting software went down a little bit from what we were looking at previously, and then our communications outlay, which is our radios and stuff, we increased to try to get another radio. As it stands right now, if we were to replace every single radio that we have, it's about almost a quarter, 200,000 to about 250,000 to replace. So if we can slowly do that over time, it makes it a little bit easier to swallow. But if y'all have any questions in those, I know you probably just got this yesterday as far as what to go through. But if there's anything in the line items that y'all see, by all means, we can discuss it or whatnot. I'll move on to the big ticket items. And yes, we are asking for all the money. So for our capital outlay, we want to start working towards the purchase of a ladder truck. Our current ladder truck's a 1999, so we've got 27 years on her, and she's been doing good. But last year we had to replace the turbo and the radiator, which was about I think total was about 25,000. The engine we just sold was for turbo and radiator, which is about 35,000. So the cost to repair is continuing to go up. The plan that we've got is a 3-year where we put 600,000 away each year towards it, while we apply for the red leg grant, which is what we've got for the engine that we currently have, which is a 0%, and then the grant amount is based on how many people get accepted for that grant that year. But as it stands right now, it's about 6 months to start a spec. That's going to conferences, that's looking at other trucks, looking around and everything else. And then it's about a 2 to 2.5 year process to build one. And there's increases between now and then. So we're expecting a $1.8 million price tag is what we're looking at. There are some other options, other grants and everything else, and we'll look at those along the way. But the main one that we've looked at now is the red leg that we got accepted for when we bought the engine that we currently have. The other one is a boat. Our current boat's, I believe, a 16-foot, 90 horsepower Yamaha. Trying to get out, especially in rougher or even semi-rough weather. Getting out of the inlet, it struggles. Top speed, calm water, she gets about 22 miles. That's about how fast she can go. And anything trying to get a wave over the front or anything, it's going to slow it down tremendously. So we have a proposed, and we have it in the budget. We also have it in there for the grants, so that we can look for the AFG grant. Currently, they're still awarding from last year's. Due to government shutdowns and stuff, they haven't closed all the AFGs that we put in for last time. But the boats were not part of it last time. So we're expecting that kind of stuff will be on this upcoming AFG grant whenever they do open it. So those are the big 2 capital outlay items that we have. Any questions?
Wayne, do we have the detail behind what he just described? I can't find it on the spreadsheet where he's talking about the capital projects and stuff. Is that on the spreadsheet?
Yeah.
It should be, I think it's the second to last.
On the base request tab,
Yep,
to the
I'm
far
there.
right.
Okay,
there's-
that's what, that's what happened. All right,
Yeah, the base request is kind of a detail of what's on that summary page.
got it.
And it shows 600 for the ladder, 400K for the boat, including the trailer.
Okay. I hate this, on the computer, all you can get is about 40% of the spreadsheet. I'm like, I don't see it on here.
Very hard to work
All
on a
right,
laptop.
I see it now. Thank you.
Across the board, there's the increase. Trainings costing more, conferences are costing more. The IAAI just increased their per person cost for $200 a person, and it's just due to everybody else is having to pay, more money as well. It'd be great if it wasn't, but unfortunately we have to maintain kind of where we're at. But across the board, it looks like we're about the same. I haven't done a full drill down of exactly what the change is, but as far as our increases and decreases, we're around the same. As far as when it comes to our line items, the big changes are the capital outlay, and then what's going to be our increase or our request for increase for salaries. All right. And then if y'all have any other questions, I'll move on to salaries. Okay, sounds good. Yep, I've got here. I got these for you guys. No names on it. No names on these ones. Just positions. No, it's just positions. It also has we did a base firefighter base study, and I'll talk about some of the ones more. So the sheet with all the color and the green and the yellow, that's a base firefighter pay study that we were able to do. Some of the notes are the Wilmington pay is for a firefighter entering the academy. That is a non-certified, non-EMT firefighter moving into the academy. That's what their starting rate is. Another one to note is Moorhead. Obviously, it's the highest one. They're just pay the most around. But we tried to find other places that are either close to us or are about our size and demographics as best we can, because we are a very unique area with our population and how many houses we have. So our trend median is 54.8 is what we're looking at. What we're looking at to do and request is I'm
sorry, just to interrupt you.
Yeah.
This is starting pay, average
Starting pay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we're right back to the discussion about you don't have to pay starting pay to bring people on board.
So, yes, sir. And it was brought up last budget that, we don't have to start at the base. And that's correct. When I first started, we hired 6 or 7 guys in my first 6 months. But since the last 12 months, we've only hired 1. Our turnover has, not completely stopped, but has rapidly slowed down. That's been due to, I guess I would say policy changes and stuff administratively that we can do that don't cost money or a line item. It's improving morale and that kind of stuff. But I may be overstepping, Wayne, but I believe there was a form from 4 or 6 years ago that showed, hey, this is the pay range, and the starting salary was below the pay range. And from my understanding, it was so that when they came off probation, they would be at the minimum for the pay range. I may be, I don't have that in front of me, but when I was looking through stuff the other day, that's what I saw. And like you said, Mr. Mayor, you're 100% correct that we have that ability now to not start at the minimum. It's for our guys who are behind, who have been here 6-8 years, who we would like to keep. But during the time when they were hired at a lower rate. So I can bring guys in now and have a little bit more control of where they are. But for the people that we've trained, who have gear, who we don't have to get uniforms for or anything else, they're behind. And so what we're asking for and trying to request is it's a 15% total, which would be a 5% merit, a 5% salary adjustment, which would give us the ability to move people up or not give as well, because there are some individuals that are lower, some individuals that are higher, and then a 5% merit, so that way we can try to get our firefighters, our lieutenants, and our captains into that pay range we want. We're looking at 53 for firefighters, for our master firefighters. We're looking at 57 for our lieutenants, 60 for our captains. There is one anomaly, well, 2 anomalies on the pay range. If you look at the 3rd lieutenant, it says 21.5%. That's due because we do merit pay or merit raises based on your annual pay, your yearly when you got hired. So he still hasn't received his merit from this budget because he didn't get hired until May. So he'll receive his merit, and that percentage will change then.
Deputy Chief Harley,
Yeah.
you said earlier 5% for merit, 5% for salary adjustment, And then you said 5% for merit
COLA.
again.
Sorry,
Okay.
5% COLA, 5% salary adjustment, and 5% for merit, so a 15% total. Or up to 15% total,
You
obviously.
know that doesn't tie into your schedule, right?
What do you
Not
mean?
even close. You're looking at a $30,000 increase in your salaries. 15% of 973 is about $140,000, so that does not tie at all.
So we didn't, as far as I know, it's about 100, I did the math for us, at a full 15%, it's like 137. I'm not sure, I don't go through and do all the FICA and everything.
Everybody's looking at the schedule doesn't tie back to what you just said. We got to scrub that out, so.
Okay. Yeah, but like I said, across the board, if you can look what we're proposing for each one, it's not a blanket 15, because certain individuals are closer to that range because we have hired them closer to that. And then we have some that are behind that we need to bring up to help with retention.
Again, we're trying to use the expansion request to bring people to this minimum that, similar to the discussion we had with the chief. COLAs and merits were not in that. And also, just for reference, for the sake of a pie chart being more visible, personnel, when you look at it, you're looking at some of those numbers have like the combined numbers just for the visual effect. Instead of breaking out FICA and orbit and all those individual things, you would have had a million little tiny pieces. So personnel is kind of a lump number
So that,
in the
Yeah,
pie.
just for example, COLA, if you look at the salary at 973 of the current budget, and you're saying FICA is 7.65, it's 83. You increase it by $40,000 and FICA goes down, which means that's not mathematically possible. You can't have the number go up, percentage stay the same, and the number come down. It's just something we need to make sure, next time it comes in, we gotta make sure we scrub these out, because
Right.
it's gonna be when Doug does the forecast with you on the 5-year, that's when the rubber hits the road in terms of what the real cost of this stuff is, so.
Sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
oh, good. So that's what we're looking for. Like I said, that for the master firefighters, which is our fully certified, we have their water rescue, we do our annuals. Everybody has their uniforms and gear, and like I said, to help with retention, we're proposing the up to 15%, not a blanket across the board 15%. And we've kind of broken it down by, current salary for the position and then where we would like to move them to. And like I said, we have the colored sheet, and even on the bottom of the fire pay sheet that has every position, you can see a little bit more in depth. These numbers were just pulled off of NeoGov, which has some kind of salary pay, but I'm hoping that it's pretty well updated. But it could be off some as well. Outside of that, that's really all I have. Like I said, the big items, the changes were the capital outlay and then our request for salary increase. So
Larry?
It's all about money.
at the end of the day, sir, yes, it is, unfortunately.
Larry, hit your button.
It's all about money, isn't it?
Yes, sir,
I can
unfortunately.
repeat myself over and over again. Are we adequately staffed?
So as of right now, we have one opening. We had a captain leave to go to Onslow County. He left about 45 days ago. Our process should close for applicants at the end of the month. We should look at doing interviews next month and then hiring around May, June, just depending on who we pick and how long it takes and that kind of stuff. But outside of that, we are at our current rate of 5 on every day. We are fully staffed except for the one.
And that's adequate.
I mean, I can go into NFPA regulations and everything else. They're just recommendations. I think Chief has a vision of an additional 3 staff at the end of the day to put 3 on. I mean, we could put 10 guys on if we really wanted to. We just don't have the space for them or really the need. I think Chief's vision of the 3 additional would put us about where we need to be long term. But we also don't want to bring 3 new guys in and then have to do salary adjustments again next year and everything else. We'd like to to work on, hey, this is where we are, and we get it back on pace for the future, and then look at bringing an additional 3 in later.
Are we basically working, are we able to handle what we need to handle adequately with the number we have?
Again, like I said, I can throw back policy and NFPA and stuff like that. So NFPA states it's a 2 in, 2 out rule. You know, if you've got no known persons inside, then for safety reasons, before 2 people can go in, you have to have 2 people outside. That's what they say. Obviously, if there's a rescue or someone inside, that goes out the window because life is more important. But we risk a lot to save a lot, risk a little, save a little kind of thing. But when you look at on a fire scene, and I know fortunately, we don't have a lot of them, but when we do, if I have the 3 guys, as of right now, I have one individual operating both units, so that's 2. I have a team of 2, and then I'll have another team of 2. So I'll have 6 guys on scene, which will allow in for the 2 in, 2 out, and I'll have guys operating. So I think that's why our chief's idea of the 6 would be sufficient. It would help us with our ISO ratings as well. We also get credits for Turkey Creek and Surf City, and I think our adjustment or our reevaluation for ISOs this year, which we should be lower than what we are currently. I think we missed it by 1/4 of a point. Something like that. So it'll definitely, or I say definitely, it should go down from where we currently are. So,
How often do you use the boat?
we would like to use it more. I'll be honest. It's the ability to use it when it is inclement or that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, last year when we had the incident around October, the weather did not allow us to use it. If we had something that was maybe a little bit bigger, a little bit more powered, to push through, 3-foot waves, that kind of stuff, it would be more beneficial. And then it would allow us to do more upstaffing on, holiday weekends and stuff like that as well. More presence patrols.
And we are on the beach. Yeah. So,
Well, then you'd be happy with the county wanting to put 4 more fire people out here, huh? So I know the reaction to that. I mean, people don't realize that, I've been talking to them. They want to put 4 more fire people on this beach.
The county does?
Oh, yeah. Yep. So I can tell you that's not been well received by your chief. So, working with them, I think we can work something out to get more people in terms of rescue and stuff on the beach. So I'm not going to put you on the spot. You're probably not aware of it, but I'm just telling you that's in their planning right now. So
the only thing that I would say to that is for them to come into, and work in conjunction, like with obviously Turkey Creek
I
and
know
stuff like
all
that.
the I've already talked to your chief about the downside. I'm just making the point though, if we're looking at staff, then like I've talked to the police chief, is figuring out ways to work with the county to keep the cost down for everybody is a very good way to cover these things.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I don't think this year is.
If they gave us money to
important.
do the stuff, you wouldn't care, versus having other people on the beach, right?
Yes, sir. But
That's what I'm working towards, just so you know, is we'd rather have the cash, all right, than the people. So anyway, I'm getting off subject. Mark?
yeah, go ahead, Chief.
All right. While we're on the boat topic, first and foremost, thank everybody for what they do. We can what if this thing until the cows come home. If we have 2 people on a boat and 2 people on land looking to see if they can find a missing person, and then you have a fire call, and then you have a wreck, it just adds up. So thank the Lord for our supporting departments with Holly Ridge and Turkey Creek and Surf City. It goes a long way to work with one another. Really and truly, the old saying is, it doesn't matter how new the equipment is if you don't have the people to operate it. So really and truly, we could have 1,000 firemen, and when the what if day hits, we'll still probably be short on people. With that being said, the boat. I know when I got here 10 years ago, roughly, we had a 25-foot boat that didn't get used very often. We had to drive all the way over to Fulcher's Landing to launch it, or launch it here under the pier. And then if it's traffic, you can't get a 25-foot boat in there, and 2 minutes, no way. But, what type of boat are you guys looking for?
So I think it's a rigid inflatable, similar to what we have now, more of kind of what the sheriff has with the enclosed cab.
Beach launchable or?
It would it'd be it would be launchable from the boat ramp, but I think there's also, and I may be speaking out of turn, but I think there's a potential plan in place for a boat lift to have it pre-staged and ready to go.
Yeah, that would,
as far as
that
like
would,
future,
that would be awesome,
future
because I
planning.
know, I mean, just personal history, had captain's license, midlife crisis, running a charter. I'm at North Topsail Beach, man, I got it made. Next thing you know, I'm doing a spiral of death, taking me 20 minutes and gas money and left and right just to launch the daggone boat, and it's not cost feasible from a charter captain point. But
Absolutely.
long story short is, it's not just having the boat, it's being able to get it in and out effectively, and with the manpower to handle it, and the knowledge to know the waters, because everybody knows New River Inlet is constantly moving the channel to get in and out. And even the Coast Guard pulls the buoys because they're not going to be held liable for somebody using the buoys and running aground and drowning. So a lot of complicated stuff you guys have to deal with. So one thing would be, you know, the size boat, how it's launchable, price tag. Currently as well, you know, my old saying is need to have and want to have. On the truck, 27 years, ladder truck, it's amazing that something at the beach made out of metal lasts that long. A lot of aluminum, sure, to keep it light, but ladder truck is a need to have for those that are watching. If we don't have a ladder truck, we're out of compliance, I assume, as well as our insurance rate plummets, and everybody's insurance would go up. So, you know, I don't know about the price tag, but do we foresee needing any other vehicles at this time within the next 3 to 5 years, planning wise?
As of right now, as far as outside of an administrative vehicle breaking or whatnot, that kind of stuff, the truck just having a fit or something like that. But as far as our apparatus, the engines and stuff, we are outside of the ladder will be set for quite some time, I would feel. As of right now, we're using our reserve ladder our reserve engine at the south station because it's outside.
Right.
Instead of it being in the salt air, putting
Which
the
is
new
another
engine
reason to
stuff.
get that fire department up and running. That's another question as far as storage. You know, it's nice to have all these vehicles, but with everybody knows you got to replace your HVAC unit every 3 to 5 years. If we're storing these fire trucks outside, it's not helping. And thanks to all your firemen and you guys' policies for washing these trucks religiously. I mean, you know, that's probably part of the training in fire school is how to wash a truck properly. And you guys do a heck of a job. So I think that's the majority of my questions.
The vehicles are plotted on the 5-year plan. You're gonna see vehicles plotted for them, because theirs are fairly new, as far as the two that the chief and the deputy chief use outside of the apparatus. You'll see those towards the end of that 5-year outlook.
Yeah, and just for all the newcomers, when it rains and you think that's fresh water you're driving through, don't be naive.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate, again, as I said with the fire department, I thank your staff for the outstanding work that they do to protect our citizens, our property. You talked about fuel cost, and it looked like in one of the line items that the fuel cost remained the same at $35,000. I mean,
It went up from 38, let me look and see what I got over here. So gas, oils, and tires, went from 38.5 to 45. So about a $6,500 increase. Like I said, just with the increase of, I mean, $2 a gallon
Right.
for diesel. I mean, it's about $5.50 is about the average around. I mean, you can find it for about $5.15. A ways we've cut down on using our usage is general standard practice is about 3/4. Every 3/4 of a tank. When you're below, you go to the gas station. Unfortunately, with us, it's about, from the north station, it's about a 15-mile round trip. So we're burning 4 gallons, 3 gallons to go there. So we've lowered that so that way we're not making as many trips off the island and pretty much fighting a losing battle. But just because we do not know what's going to happen with gas, fuel, tires, it's about $1,000 a tire to have a tire replaced on a ladder or an engine, with labor and disposal and everything else. So, and who knows, that very well could go up. And on our reserve, we're getting, we replaced some of them, especially on the ladder truck, but we're coming close to needing something, barring a flat or an issue or a cupping or something like that in the meantime. So,
And you talk about the ladder truck. Outside of the town, where's the nearest ladder truck?
Surf City
Surf
has
City.
one.
And that's still to the north end. That's
20,
30 minute
25
response.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Depending on season.
Yeah. 4th of July, maybe 45 minutes an hour.
Correct. New radios, I know the police department recently got a grant for new radios. Obviously, I would say obviously exploring grant opportunities for those type of purchases would be great. I think also the boat, you know, we sit here and preach about the beaches are, you know, our main, that's what draws people here. That's why we're here. One of the reasons, the people too. But I think the boat, I'd be very curious to see a lot more of the specs that you're talking about compared to what you have currently. Not that I'm questioning it, I'm just curious as a public safety minded individual. Lastly, the fire station. Obviously, when that comes online, there's going to be equipment that needs to be purchased. Is any of I think some of the budget items were included maybe in previous budgets, but are to outfit as far as new furniture and stuff like that, refrigerators, where do we stand?
They better be this year,
So,
because it's June 30 this year.
Correct.
If we're next year putting stuff in there, then we got a real problem.
But as far as rolling it
So-
into the next year,
Miss Alice will be able to speak a little bit more on that. Chief's been handling, that's his baby, and I just get the tidbits here and there. But from my understanding, and I'm sure she'll explain that.
equipment-wise is all
Yeah,
on.
all
It's all
that's
in it.
been already planned for and incorporated
Wonderful.
and will be taken care of.
We never real problem putting that stuff in July.
Thank you again, Chief. Thank you for your staff for the outstanding work they continue to do.
Thank you.
Tractor then.
Thank you very much. Every single question that I had written down was taken away from me by my other board members, so you have answered everything wonderfully. Thank you. Appreciate you and your team. You guys do a great job.
Well, thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
So now, the tough questions.
Yeah,
Ladder
let's go.
truck at $600,000, where are you buying a ladder truck for $600,000?
So it's a 3-year stowaway. So it's not a $1.8 million price tag in 3 years. It's a 600, and 600 over the 3 years, because we're expecting, if we were to start today, it'd be about 6 to 8 months for a final spec to be accepted and worked on, and then about 2 years, barring COVID or whatever else, or factory shutting down. I know at my time at Leland, they ordered a tiller, and I think it was about 3 or 4 years by the time they actually got it.
That's where I was
So,
going, because this is more of a commitment. Would we have to encumber the money then, once we sign the contract? Do you do periodic payments? Alice, is that the way it works?
Well, you would encumber the money.
I don't
Right, but when
believe
do you-
it's not
my
due.
question is, when
I
do
don't
you
believe
pay?
it's due until you receive the apparatus.
Okay.
So it would be basically storing away. You're paying yourself so that that day that the apparatus is delivered and you accept it, you pay everything
Okay.
then.
And you feel pretty good about getting the same grant we've got for the current one, right? That's what we'd be applying for?
We're applying for the Red Leg grant, which is what was accepted last time. I think that's through the water system, which is if I remember right, is a 0%. And
That's why
then
we
the
liked
grant
it.
amount is oh yeah,
That's why we
absolutely.
liked it.
It's somebody else's money at the end of
And
the
it
day.
was,
It's
what's the
great.
term on that? That was 10?
Right, and that is more competitive now. I know since we've done it, a lot of other agencies have hopped on the train, so it is more competitive now.
And the amount for the grant is based on how many are awarded.
Okay,
to-
but from a
And
cash,
payment would be due at delivery for,
that's my question.
for the
So
truck.
even if we encumbered it, the cash piece of this stuff would not hit us until probably 3 years from now.
Roughly.
Is that
Yeah.
fair, Wayne?
As we mentioned in the discussions I've had with the chief, the payment for the truck is due on delivery.
Okay, but from a
we-
cash standpoint, this would not be a cash item, it would just be an encumbrance
Correct.
On a future piece.
Yeah.
Okay, it's always good to kick that out as far as we can, especially when we don't get the trucks full. And then turnover.
So we hired one firefighter or master firefighter last October, and then we have the opening for the captain's position as of right now.
Okay, no, I was looking at the list that you gave us. Could you, when you update this, could you put how long they've been here? What the captain did? I think that would be helpful too. When you're looking at, raises and stuff like that. And then you've got all these hitting at one time, in terms of, and same question I would ask the police captain. If we were to, generally, when you see these kind of increases, it's been my experience, they get stepped in, not at one time, because you have if you give them the first year, you got the compounding effect of that each year, versus if you hired somebody today and you said, we're gonna move you to $60,000, but it's gonna take 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
The way this is set up now is, it all I mean, and I'm just putting what we got in front of us. It's everything hits the first year.
Yes, sir. So the only thing I would say to that is that if you look at the current starting rates, this is based on last budget, doesn't account for what they're gonna be doing this year. Some places already have their budget in place, some don't. So it could be anywhere between, an average of 5% across the board. And if we step in at 5%, then we're still fighting that battle. I understand it's a big step, but that's why we wanted to look at each individual position.
That's why I'm asking about
and do it
retention.
that way.
That's why I'm asking about retention and turnover. Because generally it's been my experience, people don't change jobs for $1,000. Right? For 10,000, they're probably gone. And so the question on something like that is, again, and Alice, we've done comp studies before, right? When was the last study that we did?
The last formal study was done by the MAPS group, which was done right before I came on board.
So we probably need to update that.
So
anyway.
that probably needs to be looked at. We included that in the budget last time.
Right.
But the will of the board at that time was we didn't really want to do a formal pay study.
And what's the timing on something like that? If you got the trigger on Wednesday, how long would it take them to do a study?
It would depend on,
I mean, we have it in May?
probably someone like the MAPS group, who's familiar with North Topsail Beach, that's worked here before. I would say it would be a few months.
So in theory, we could have that before the budget was finally done?
I couldn't commit to that, but
Okay.
we would have to reach out and ask them. I can't
Alexa,
speak for them.
add that to my list for the next meeting. Thank you.
Quick, silly question. Beach ambassadors, just out of curiosity, I don't know if we get into labor laws or issue there. Are town employees, would they be eligible to look into being a beach ambassador? I know a lot of people have side jobs with fire and police and everything else, and we've talked about police officers working overtime for some of these facilities in the past with Chief Youngner. So I didn't know if maybe that would be open to town employees, because then that way we have another set of boots on the ground.
You would taking essential personnel potentially from police and fire, because they work particularly on weekends, holidays. I don't think we would be taking
Just throwing it out there.
essential staff to, because the role of a beach ambassador is just to educate and,
They don't arrest
and
or
if
anything.
they
Well,
don't.
I'm just
have any-
asking because it was brought up last year about police officers working overtime for some of these special
Right, but
events.
but I think
That
that's,
would
That's
be
a
my
different-
concern.
Yeah, that's different
is
thing.
for
You
the
can-
employees who are full-time employees, if you put them on in
They
a
get-
voluntary capacity, you're kind of
They
following
can't-
that,
yeah.
that vague line. It would be overtime, and now you're paying overtime for it.
that's the issue. It's, I think, once they're an employee, it's overtime, no matter how you're employing them, right? Wayne?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure human resource law, that if they're an employee, even if you use them in a different capacity, that would then be, extra time and over,
10-4, just putting it out there so if anybody does ask.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Let's do one more and then take a break. Who is next?
Good morning.
So you're not replacing the IT department with AI?
No,
Okay.
no. Trying not to. So I'm just going to go over the things that have changed, and then if you have any questions about any of the other line items, we can go over that. The employee training line item is going back up slightly. We dropped that last year, I believe, down to 1,500. Trying to bump that back up to 2,000 so that I can attend training in Wilmington with the North Carolina IT Association that's there. Do some more continuing ed online and in person with the School of Government for any classes they may have come up this year. Excuse me. The phones line item, we may need to rename that, Wayne, to phones and internet, because phones and internet live under that. None. So this line item includes our cell phone plans. It includes our desk phones, VoIP service, all of our internet service, our hotspots for the police cars, fire, everybody. That's going up because Spectrum last year didn't get moved over to this line item when it should have. So that's why you see the increase there. Yes. Some of the internet services were already there, but that one was not. Maintenance and repair equipment, bumping that back up to 8,000 from 6,000. It was originally 8. We dropped it down to 6, moving it back to 8 because this past year we had some major AV equipment failures in here that pretty much consumed that entire line item. Dues and subscriptions going up slightly, and that's mostly due to the ADP payroll stuff that we're looking at implementing for finance. And then contracted services, that's for installing Starlink satellite dishes at all town locations and the police department's mobile command trailer. For all of the town buildings, it would be a secondary internet connection if our primary went down. And the monthly service for that is tied into the phones line item. So that's another reason that one went up slightly. But the total cost for that, for all locations, is $10,000. That includes hardware and labor. And then the monthly service total, I believe, is around $500 a month for all the locations combined. And that's pretty much all I've got that's changing this year.
We'll go in weird order. Connie?
Thank you very much. You did a very good, brief presentation. I like that a lot. Your Starlink, you said that's going to be a secondary service?
Yes, ma'am. We already have Starlink for the EOC or any type of emergency. It's a portable case. But this would be permanent at each location for backup.
That was my secondary
Yes.
question was, bless you.
Thank you.
So your Starlink, you do have the capability if we did need to, if there is a storm and you need to go to EOC, you do have the capability to have a mobile one to bring with you to keep.
Yes, ma'am. We can take that anywhere. And with this, the police department's command post that they've got out there, it would also have a permanent solution in place so they could take that anywhere and have internet.
Very good. And you have had this, you have had it somewhat before now. Have you had any problems with it?
No,
with
ma'am.
Storms or anything?
No, ma'am. We actually used it at the Jazz Festival last year and it worked great.
Oh, very good. All right, and
While she's on that topic, how often do you guys test that? Monthly? Is there like a,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that monthly.
You have to
rate
drag
cards are-
drag the case out monthly and plug it in just to let it do its updates and stuff.
Yeah, better know it works when you don't need it than when you
Yeah,
need it.
especially
It
during storm season, I'll actually take it outside and hook it up and
We
put
don't
it
need to
through
go
its
through that
paces.
again, so thank you. Sorry, Connie.
No, that was good.
Mark just took his turn, so that's
Yep. Well, I believe actually that's all I had ready for, to ask you, so thank you very much. Thanks
you.
for everything you do.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Like you said, I think the Starlink system really did work well out at the Jazz Festival last year. And I think outfitting the police trailer for any incident that could occur, whether it be a water rescue or anything like that, will benefit public safety. a lot of talk, obviously, from the previous two presenters on salary and retention.
Yes, sir.
How does our current IT salary compare to our
I
town peers?
believe that I have, did we plug 10% in here for IT as well? I think 10% was kind of across the board,
Yeah,
right?
we generally use the 10% across. In the case for most of the other departments, that would probably be where your breakdown of COLA and merit would come from. In the case of the fire and police, we were using that to try to adjust and to create some of the tiers, so the COLA calculation is not in there. At some point, at the board's advice is to, a percentage we would like to use for COLA and for merit would help me dial in, especially in those other two.
And Wayne, you know, Social Security's 2.3% COLA this year.
Oh, wow.
Just so everybody's aware of what the people in Social Security are getting this year. So when we're throwing 5% out as a number for COLA, we need to be aware that most of the people in fixed income are looking at less than 2.5.
Okay, okay.
And just real quick, on Wallace is using 2.1.
And just kind of curious, if we were to add Starlink to all the facilities, could we save money by getting rid of? I mean, I know we're saying it's a redundancy, but it's a fairly robust system.
It's not quite as fast. The only location I think we could truly get rid of our primary connection that we have now and replace it with Starlink would be the Public Works building, because really the only person that's using the internet down there is Chris or maybe one of the guys when they're doing whatever they're doing. But for somewhere like one of the fire departments, there's just too much traffic for that to be
But at negligible cost.
right. Yep.
And while we're on that topic, just to, I know it, back in, years back, we went straight to all internet phones, and then internet went out, and fire departments couldn't talk to police, and police couldn't talk to fire. That's, we want to make sure whatever redundancy we have, we keep.
Yeah. Well, we still have traditional cell phones. We're split. We've got FirstNet for all the first responders are using FirstNet, and then the admin side of the house is using Verizon. So we have two different cell providers for some continuity there. Then we have the radios,
Well,
and then we have the Starlink with satellite.
I'm not saying anything about the elderly generation, but I can tell you right now, I'm not tech savvy, so that's why we appreciate your department, and we want you to keep that redundancy so we don't go through issues
Yes,
we've
sir.
been
We
through
try
in
to
the
do
past.
everything we can to make
So
sure
thank
that.
you.
You're talking about contingency stuff, okay. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Ben, while you're talking about contingency, what do we have as far as cell phone boosters? I mean, I see Surf Cities pop some up. We don't have a whole lot. And I know it's probably a little.
Are you talking about in the buildings or?
Yeah, I mean, just as far as.
So they're sitting in my office right now. We have Verizon cell boosters that we just got from Verizon, free of charge. They're $1,500 a unit.
Perfect.
And those are going to be going in all the town buildings. That will boost your Verizon service. Additionally, we have AT&T cell boosters for the FirstNet side. And we don't have any in this building because the service is fairly decent here. But Public Works and the fire departments in the metal buildings, they have those already.
Okay.
Those are also free of charge because they're on state contract.
Excellent.
Nothing like every redundancy on that stuff.
Correct. Thank you again, Ricky, for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and then I'll, go ahead.
I have no questions.
I don't believe that.
If I started asking questions about the technology end of our business, then it would be embarrassing to me. So thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You've seen Larry's computer. That was well done. And just real quick, I know you mentioned this. Dues and subscriptions is all of our licenses and it's everything, right?
Well, it's everything that is used by more than one department. So police still pays for their own.
My point is, when people look at that, we're not getting magazines.
No.
This is, okay.
No,
That's my.
that's for
that's
all
my
the
point.
town
It's for all the-
software and
Right.
yeah, email licenses, things like that.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent job. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
All right. Do we want to take a 5-minute break or do we want to keep going? It's up to you all. Mark already took his.
I think we're going to take a short break.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. We'll take a 2-minute break, 5-minute break, whatever you need. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Alexis.
Now, do we count that clock as IT for Ricky to take care of?
No, it's good. you look at the increase, first off, we're not doing a 5% increase for people in social security.
Oh,
getting to.
that's so funny because that's what I wrote on my first page. That's way too high. Military only got like 3%.
Social security's like 2.1 or 2.3.
Yeah.
And so we can't do more. The other thing too, when you start looking at those raises, remember I showed you the compounding factor? You know what that looks like in 5 years?
Yep. So I think that with the, I think if
Yeah, no,
you're a
I think
department
when
head,
they were
just
telling
like
us
anything else,
about the qualification when you came
you're
in, we were
gonna,
all like,
you're gonna
you know,
figure,
you
we
just-
probably
it's-
wanna
it's
give
so
you
tough
this
to draw
much,
people
you're gonna ask for that much, and you hope that we, so I don't think anybody.
But even to
that's,
throw
you know,
out
if you look at
10% in this environment with the taxes and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
Works.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Appreciate your time. So just to preface, something I heard some of my peers say, came on staff in July, so I don't have the previous budget year's experience to really dive into the minutia questions and details. I've prepared a few things, hopefully to answer any concerns you have. But I feel like this is a good projection moving forward of what we can do based off of what we've done since that time in July when I came on staff. Just kind of go in order for the funds and line items. Phones had been previously established with this budget, but it was moved to ITs. Ricky spoke on that with you prior to this briefing. Utilities budget is the first line. That one increased. That was largely just looking at a 10% increase in terms of cost, fees, issues across the board where either Joe MC or on WAS's rates might adjust based on either usage. A good example is the snowflakes. During the holiday months when we install the snowflakes through town, that utility bill changes based on the utility pole access and the power we're drawing from those services. M&R buildings and grounds, the previous budget year was about $100,000 more than what I'm proposing moving forward. There's one or two projects associated with that line last year between Public Works needing a new roof, which we're in the process of completing, and some work here around the town hall facility. Those moving forward in our plan have been adjusted to some of the capital outlay items across the budget, so that cost difference isn't necessarily saved, it's just put in other places. Landscaping expense is a lot like utilities. It's projecting rate adjustments or increases due to extra cuts that Sanderson might execute, extra cleans by the cleaning services, TNT, etc. So just trying to plan for those moving forward.
So I'm sorry, cleaning services, is that Public Works building?
I'm sorry?
Is cleaning services at the Public Works building? Where else do you use?
It's the town hall, and I
Okay, so it's
believe
her, that's why I was asking, because that's the person that
It's
cleans
just
this
town
building.
hall.
It's just town, that was my question. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. But yeah, my apologies. That was landscaping specific. Cleaning would be under cleaning services, but make sure I'm on track and not speaking incorrectly. Furniture was adjusted. This year's budget sits at $15,000. We haven't used that yet. Just to be clear, if you look at our current budget versus actual, I believe with talking to the fire chief, there was a potential for a shared cost with some of the FF&E that might be associated to the
Yeah,
fire department.
This is for fire.
Okay.
Furniture is for fire, so goes to answer your question too, if we had planned for furniture for the fire station. That number encompasses.
So next year's projection for that same item, roughly similar cost but lower. I'm looking at refreshing some of the furniture and equipment that we have in Public Works once that building conducts its rehab and we get that facility up to date. Pest control is a push, remains the same. Town sign M&R, that one I kind of kept from this year to next year, just depending on what the board's direction is in terms of town signage, in terms of both entry points to the town. Capital outlay did see a big increase. That $300,000 is a projected amount based on the renovation or rehab that Fire Department number 1 received. I believe it was in 2024, where they had the exterior, some electrical work, some bay doors, and a few other things that were either renovated or rehabbed. So I'm just projecting that estimate that we received moving forward and kind of factoring in what might cost more in 2026, 2027. And then as far as lease payments, there was a rate increase with Atlantic Storage, but that's the cost increase. Those are storage facilities for just storage. I don't know how else to explain that. I don't want to belabor that point. do you want me to run through every single budget under Public Works and then answer questions, or should we do it like one at a time per?
Go ahead, because I'm sure everybody's writing questions down, so
Okay, I just didn't want to get too far ahead of myself. And forgive me, I have to keep them separated, that way I stay organized. Okay, Public Works. The Public Works Department, what we're looking at moving forward in terms of the salary change is a proposed expansion using that 10% across the board that's been briefed several times, but specifically for one promotion within the department. There is on the pay grade list that I have observed, there's a senior Public Works technician grade that is not currently filled by anyone on staff. And my plan moving forward is to promote someone that we have on staff into that position. So that's the bulk of that increase in terms of monetary changes moving forward. Employee training, we reduced that just until we get a little more clarification moving forward in terms of certain certifications that may or may not be needed by the town staff, given the services we provide. Pest control is a good example of that. I don't want to spend the taxpayer money getting certifications on let's say mosquito abatement, vector control, if there's other options in terms of commercial enterprises coming in and providing those services for the town, if the town were to want that type of service. So I just want to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze in terms of what we're certifying in versus what we're providing to the town. M&R and equipment. If you notice, the previous year was 37,000 and we have bumped that to 52. It was probably about August or September. Deborah Mack from GWI and I had a conversation because that budget was almost completely run dry in terms of maintenance. So that was something that's received a budget increase just to get us through the fiscal year. And based off of my observation and where we're at currently with that budget, I think that's a healthy number in terms of the 52,000 based on just constant maintenance of the maintenance equipment. I think is the point I'd like to make today is the cost to keep those machines up or vehicles up that are constantly being used to maintain the town area. M&R vehicles increased as well. Again, a slight uptick, cost adjustments, things that we're going to use to maintain the fleet that we have. It was mentioned earlier, some of the cost concerns of the current fleet that we do have, and based off of what I hope is occurring through the iWork system is we're now capturing very, very specific data in terms of what vehicles, what maintenance, at what mileages, down to the piece part total. So my hope and goal moving forward is to be able to provide the board with a report that shows not only total cost of our fleet, but down to the individual mechanic or technician in terms of labor hour charges and parts, what that vehicle costs the town to continue to run. Gas, oil, and tires was not adjusted based off of the current events. So if we were to adjust it, I would say a little bit north of that to match the police and fire departments. However, if I look at the budget today, I believe we're sitting at about 69% total funds with, 1 quarter left in the fiscal year. So we're actually pretty healthy, at least from the public works side. There was also a question earlier about fuel tanks being staged at different locations. And Public Works does have two 552-gallon fuel tanks. One is just regular commercial gasoline, and the other is road-grade diesel. So in the event we have an emergency, those are places that either Public Works or police or fire will have access to in order to fill their vehicles and keep operations running during emergencies. Office supplies, department supplies, both remain the same. I think those are healthy budgets. Mosquito control and expense, I would, again, kind of carrying over what the previous budget year brought in. I would ask that question to the board if that's something moving forward that you would all wish to consider, then we'd keep it, and I'll go search for vendors and see what we can do to establish those services. But I didn't want to start pushing that just due to the ecological impact of spraying in large capacity. So I'll leave that up to the board. Uniforms stayed the same. Rental equipment increased just based off of my observations in the town. There was a few instances where we did not rent equipment and we saved the town some funds. We just did it with what we had in-house as a little more laborious in terms of the manpower costs and time to completion. But moving forward, I think a slight uptick to that is a healthy one. Contracted services, I'll dig back into my notes so I don't misspeak. These largely are things like Dodson Pest Control, a few other specific items which kind of line up into that, which we have them come through, I believe, once a month. I forget which Tuesday it is the gentleman comes through. I think that's on schedule, something that can stay. I haven't seen any pest issues in town facilities. We're currently dealing with one now, but that is beyond the pest control company's capabilities. That's going to be like a cleaning services thing that we have to see with the ventilation systems. Dues and subscriptions, that came down from 3,000 to 300. I know iWork, I want to say, falls under the IT side, so that's where most of that cost was shifted to. The 300 is I've got registration with the American Public Works Association, so I'm getting tied in with them. And then any other additional training events, certifications, or items that we can use to increase the public works impact to the town is going to come from that line. Capital outlay for public works is looking at 2 vehicles being swapped out from our fleet. Right now we have a C4500 dump truck that is a little worse for wear. It's operational, but we had to put it in the shop twice this year since I got here. And then our flatbed F250 is also the worst of the vehicles that we have in our department. Those are the 2 ones that need the most attention. So that budget, that 155, is based off of 2 quotes under the state contract from a provider in Raleigh. And then my hope moving forward is every couple years we replace, 1 to 2 vehicles moving forward, just due to specifically idle times. I know you guys drive by on the island and you see the lights flashing on the trucks. We gotta leave those things running while those exterior safety lights are flashing. Otherwise, we kill batteries and alternators and all kinds of stuff. But with that, we're also burning fuel. So there's a related cost to us having those trucks out and visible to keep the workers safe on the side of the right-of-way. But that's the one with 155 for that line item. Ricky, can you go to streets? Thank you, sir. Streetlights expense remain routinely the same. Again, a lot of that revolves around things that we spend. It's not directly impacted to the snowflakes that go up, but it ties into that specifically is the street lights for the town in terms of the security lights, I believe, is what's defined on the invoices, versus the electrical at the buildings. So that one remains routinely the same. Parking remained the same. M&R equipment for our street budget really hasn't been severely impacted, just because the street sweeper was already down and under maintenance when I arrived in July. And that took a few months to get back up and running. And the only other thing really maintenance-wise for that department or division, if we're going to call it that, is the VMS board, making sure its batteries and everything else. Preventive maintenance is conducted on those items. Striping,
And just to clarify too, you did put in there for an additional VMS board, because I know that that's been discussed a lot and been brought up.
Yes, ma'am, that was listed under the capital outlay for equipment. Striping budget, current year is 288. I'm looking at, or requesting 250 for next year, specifically because when these crosswalks start to get installed, I know that the timeline, depending on this fiscal year versus next fiscal year, those funds could look different. So I'm just projecting that forward in terms of the likelihood, which is the majority of those will be impacting next year's budget, specifically under those striping funds. Signage, again, that remains the same. That's mostly geared towards town park signage, things of that nature, which is a healthy budget moving forward. Entrance signs, that's the bigger project that we're kind of taking a look at in terms of what to do with those moving forward, whether rehabbing them or putting new ones in. Stormwater. Street paving and repair is 52,000, again, carrying over what was last year's budget into this. I would expect that to grow moving forward, just to make the board aware. This pavement services contractor that we're looking at bringing into the town to assess the roads and give a DOT level report is going to forecast that moving forward in terms of what budget adjustments or focus we should have moving forward in terms of the planned roads for the town. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything on that capital outlay item. So capital outlay for streets, that's going to be a mixture of the second VMS board that we're looking at purchasing to increase our assets for the town in that department. And then it's also, my perspective is from a streets budget, that if we're doing like milling and pavement on the town to update the roads, I would look at that as a capital item. I don't know how the board would perceive that in terms of if that's a maintenance versus installing a brand new road that's got a 10-year lifespan on it.
Yeah, and we have that plotted in capital outlay on the 5-year capital sheet. So you're gonna see 150,000 plugged in. Again, the town never really addressed roadway repairs in the past. So we're going under contract with the company to do a full assessment. So we won't know the conditions and what money will need to be put aside, but we've plugged in 150,000 going forward each year of 5 years to allocate some funds toward roadway repair, since we know that they're going to be needed. And you also have in capital outlay $300,000. You talked about the building, Public Works building.
Yes, from the previous budget, or
Yeah.
the previous spreadsheet.
300,000 is plugged into that to mirror, like he spoke to before, just to mirror what we did at the North End Fire Station. So reskinning, doors, windows, that's just what you went through. So that number's plugged in for 300,000.
I thought we just approved putting a new roof on that. Isn't that
We
gonna be
did.
this fiscal year?
Roof, correct.
Yeah, the
In terms
roof
of-
is phase one.
Yeah.
The next phase of that building rehab is redoing the other parts of the building.
That'll be next year.
Correct.
Okay.
Chris, do you mind going back just 2 slides for minute purposes? Yeah, this one, okay. When I'm writing down, so I'm looking at the pie chart. It says personnel, M&R, gas and vehicles, but then it also says group insurance, M&R, gas and vehicles. So we have, is that 2 lines for M&R, gas and vehicles within the pie chart?
Where are you seeing M&R gas and vehicles?
So when you look up under, it says personnel, M&R, gas, vehicles, capital outlay, group insurance, M&R, gas and vehicles. I'm just,
You got 2 slices.
yeah, I want to clarify if the percentages that those 2 are showing are supposed to be combined, or they are supposed to be taken out. Just so when I'm reporting it in the minutes, it's accurate.
You got the same label for both, and then two different items.
Yeah, I think that Yeah, I think that's a typo.
Okay, okay,
The,
and that's a problem. I know there's,
a good catch, because it's the same thing twice.
yeah. Well, I knew there was the M&R equipment. That one I did see on there. I just wanted to make sure whenever I'm writing in the minutes that those are two separate, since they have different amounts.
Okay,
Is
yeah,
that,
it's a typo. Let me,
okay, should they just be combined and you need me to,
There could be two different labels, is what she's saying.
okay, no biggie.
I'll get you the corrected
Yeah,
label.
totally fine. I
on the
just
break.
wanted to make sure when I reported it that I had the right ones.
Yeah, thank you for catching that.
Yeah. 11, 13, probably 14. See what happens when Lexi takes her medication.
All right.
And I'm much happier.
Sanitation. This one's very cut and dry. Sanitation contract increased. A lot of that is based off of my observation, specifically tied into the solid waste contract that we have with GFL throughout the town. That's probably the biggest impact to this line. Using the schedule of fees associated to the town on the town site, reconciling with GFL and Onwassa. This is a little bit of a soft spot in my heart because I spent a very long time reconciling a lot of accounting lines. But the increase is reflecting a more accurate billing to the residents of the town is what it comes down to. There was some disparity based off of what was physically at those locations being billed to those residents versus what Onwassa was billing for. We just closed the gap on that in order to make it tidy. That brings the budget up for us to be paying what we should be paying and the residents paying what they should be paying. Also includes everybody.
When you're looking at it, it went up $130,000,
Yes.
which is 30%.
Correct.
That is what we are paying in total, not net of what customers are paying us.
Correct. So for us to project what those cart adjustment totals change to based off of GFL's delivery of carts in December, January, if I remember correctly, that's just bringing us up to that level of what they validated in January as being delivered, and Onwassa has adjusted their invoices to reflect. That also incorporates bulk pickup as well. So if any instances where
With Onwassa.
I'm sorry.
What does that have to do with Onwassa?
So Onwassa invoices the customer because it's associated to the water meter that's at that address.
And bills me directly.
Correct.
So you're saying then you basically compared Onwassa to what GWI is telling you. Onwassa doesn't bill us for anything except for our own water.
When I say bill, I mean the resident. I'm speaking on so the resident receives the bill from Onwassa. Onwassa
Right.
does their billing for their services, and then whatever's left on their
I know
record.
I'm on that board. That's why
Yes,
I'm
sir.
asking, because I'm like, the only thing they could be doing for us is verifying that address and those people.
Right.
Nothing else. Right? Am I missing
Maybe I
something else?
misspoke or.
Right.
But our bill for our trash is on the Onwassa bill.
Yeah. So the issue was we were paying GFL for a larger amount of carts versus what the residents were actively being billed for. That was the gap. So the town was paying for services that residents were receiving instead of the residents paying for services through the town.
Mayor Grant, can we put the
Correct.
mics on?
So what you're talking about, there's a gap between what we were collecting from residents or what we should have gotten net. So,
Correct.
all right, got it.
Yeah.
So
Specifically,
so this would also be offset by revenue too.
correct. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
that's where I'm going with it. I'm like, it can't go up $130,000 for us because in theory it should be a net, right? What we're saying here is, is that there'll be a corresponding increase in revenue, Wayne, to offset the increase in cost, correct? So on a net, in theory, if they're tied together, there should be a zero impact to us.
Yes, yeah, we have made the correction on both sides.
That's my
after
question.
the
Okay, I'm
the
just
card
looking at
inventory.
increase in expenses, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What you're saying is basically it's a net to us.
Should
You're
be.
just correcting something that was out there.
The bulk of it will be net. There are services that the town pays for specifically.
And it reflects
Yes,
what
sir.
the new contract is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just got blown away by that number.
Yeah, it was. I had to check it a few times, make sure I was mathing correctly. The tipping fees and bulk pickup, again, relatively the same. That corresponds with like the large debris pile pickups for our spring, fall, and summer pickups, and then any additional pickups that might be impacting the town. Like we had that King's Tide in October with the nor'easter, and I believe that was about 3 30-yard dumpsters and 1 extra dump truck that took to clear all the debris off the beach. So that's what those funds support moving forward for that budget. All right, last one. Recreation. The snowflakes budget increase, that was relatively the same for what we had this fiscal year. It's just a production cost increase that's projected. I have a plan. I can go into detail if there's questions, but there's a plan to cycle the snowflakes through our inventory year to year to where we're not spending so much time rehabbing some of these snowflakes that have been around longer than I have. So park maintenance increased. That's just, again, specifically what my eyes have taught me since I've been here. There's going to be a lot of added maintenance and repair around the park areas, specifically some of the boardwalk areas for the town parks and things of that nature. Those can get impacted by that as well. Landscaping remains the same. I think that's a healthy budget moving forward. The bike path I didn't touch just because I'm awaiting guidance or direction in terms of how we want to approach that or moving forward. Special events did increase. Oh, I'm sorry. I did. I was flipping the page and then I just completely bypassed it. M&R Dock and Boardwalk, that's specifically gonna be looking at any sort of major overhaul or renovations that we're doing, like at the Dolphin Shores location, is an example. So the Knowles Park Boardwalk and Dock is probably one that I would recommend us taking a look at. We've done a few smaller repairs recently, but that one I would recommend receiving a rehab. And then the two at Richard Peters Park. That's something that I've kind of had my eye on, is either improving the sound accesses that the city or the town has, and putting those on some sort of renovation plan moving forward. Excuse me. Turn my page and I wasn't done. Special events is geared primarily towards the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, but there's also Halloween. I'm sure I'm forgetting one or two others, but those are the two biggest ones that stuck in my mind this last year. That tree alone, we've got some ideas moving forward in terms of weatherproofing it and improving it so that it's not so aggravated when the rain hits it, because it's water resistant is not waterproof, right? So that's where that budget is focused upon. And then park supplies is just general supplies in terms of fire ant control, wasp killer, other entities, whether it's toilet paper, goods, or things of that nature in those facilities. And that takes care of the recreation budget. Any questions? I know that was a lot. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a lot of information. Good job breaking it all down. Biggest question, are you fully staffed?
Yes.
And I saw personnel only on like one of the slides, but obviously that goes across all the realms that you're dealing with. Other than that, I'm good. Thank you.
I really don't have any questions. I think that the report was good. That's a whole lot of stuff to digest in such a short period of time. You know, and we don't know half of what you're doing. I mean, we do, but we don't, you know,
Yes, sir.
where the rubber meets the road is a lot different than sitting here listening to it. It's a lot easier just to sit here and listen.
All right. A lot of talk has been about the town signage, and we're getting back into the building, and a lot of questions for the south end sign. I saw the 250,000 line item and capital outlay. I mean, is that what we're estimating? Cost?
250,000 from which?
I thought I saw 250.
That was a striping. I had 250 in striping.
Well, the addition of a sign, a message sign.
Small, that was a small one you had up there. We talked about the signage.
Yeah. Yeah, that was under the, I'm just flipping back through my budgets. VMS
That should be under streets.
streets, yeah,
Right.
that was the 224 or 224,000. VMS board was the primary focus for that budget line, but that's also, again, I kind of turn that back to the board in terms of if we're completely repaving roadways in the town, are we looking at that as a capital item versus a maintenance and repair budget line? Just, again, from a life cycle standpoint, I know that's an investment for a long-term asset, so I would defer to the board. I'd rather ask for it and then get told it needs to be somewhere else, than to not ask and miss it completely.
So basically, this is almost like a new bucket due to us not really having any money allocated towards street repair, correct?
I mean, given the current budget, the striping, I can see the intent moving in that direction. For me, it was just,
Yeah, and we've done, to address the street paving, we've done street paving repairs this past year. I think we did it was more on the north end, River Drive area. We did a large section that goes onto the drive-on area. And that's really the only repair work that's been done. But knowing that we needed to start, the town needs to start planning for that. He plugged in an initial number because we don't know what the assessment's going to be yet, that the contractor's gonna come back with when they do a full survey and surveying every road and let us know what the conditions are. So we plugged into capital, $150,000 for street paving and repair going forward for the next 5 years. Now that can be adjusted, again, once you know the full assessment from the contractor
that would
We're
largely
looking to
determine
engage.
the total, yes.
And when will that become? I mean, when is that
So it's
survey?
contingent upon award right now. I've got two estimates that I've received. One from a contractor we've already worked with in terms of town projects. The first was a contact from a pavement conference that I attended in New Bern with a multitude of DOT staff. So we're awaiting a third, but once that is approved and that's scheduled and they do their complete assessment, the plan is for them to come and provide a brief and presentation to the board with their findings, to where it's not just me saying, this is what I think, it's the certified professionals, so I'll defer to them.
And we're talking about the sign that's out here by Town Hall. Had there been any issues with that sign as far as maintenance and upkeep is?
Not this main sign. You're talking about the digital board. Not that I'm aware of. When we're looking at either the signs, budget lines, or any type of
There
M&R,
hasn't been any.
it's mostly like, for example, the beach access signs that we just executed our order for to make sure we've got accurate signage to the beach accesses, and then updating signs on the north end. I know that drive-on access, the Tide likes to take some of our signs. They'll wash up a month later, but we still got to replace them in the time being.
So no programming issues? Remember that?
You talked about Atlantic storage. What sort of, if you don't mind me asking, how big of a storage unit are we talking, and what sort of equipment are we storing off island?
So there's 3 and I don't have my notes sitting right in front of me, so, but the ones I have notes on, there's 3 there, and it's largely either files, there's a little bit of furniture, some extra chairs and things of that nature that we have on hand. And then there's a lot of Christmas decorations, the tree, the large ornament that you saw out front, and a few other specific items that are climate controlled and stored.
And one is police, and
So-
2 are town-related. One has largely files in it that have to be retained.
Right.
And then the Christmas stuff with all the events that we had
And
started.
it's just all looped under, okay,
Yeah.
Public Works.
Yeah, because Public Works facility isn't large enough to,
Yeah, I know.
No,
to house everything.
Trying to do the best we can.
Yes.
I don't have any more space.
And we talked about the 2 Public Works vehicles. You said it was 155,000 for the flatbed 250, and a dump truck is also, I mean, we're talking,
Yep. Yeah, so right now it's a C4500. It's a crew cab diesel. It's got a 14-foot dump bed on it. It's a great tool for us to have in
Yeah,
terms of the
absolutely.
large pickups up and downtown. I'm shooting from the hip. I want to say that's a 2014, probably a little bit older than that, and it's got well over 100,000 miles on it. It just operationally, I can't rely on it if we're doing another nor'easter Kingstide event. That thing went down pretty quickly, and we had to resort to the smaller trucks, which made it much more strenuous.
I'm not questioning the
Yes,
price,
sir.
just the price. It just seems like 155,000.
That's
for-
both
for
combined,
2.
for the F-250 and the dump bed, yes, sir.
Seems like a pretty good price.
Very good. That's a state contract that I have been corresponding with. We're just waiting on direction moving forward for that. And then again, hopefully, 2 trucks every couple years. I won't stress that enough because of the beach time and maintenance issues that come with that, so.
Look, I appreciate your thoughtfulness in your report, and again, as I've complimented the staff from the public safety and IT, I don't know if I thanked our IT staff, but thank you and your staff. Like I said, I see them out there doing a lot of work, especially during the snowstorm when they were, driving up and down and scraping the roads. Thank you to your staff as well, and thank you for your report.
And there was no plow in the budget.
Hi, thank you for your report. I have a couple questions. Now, for staffing, you said you would like to promote somebody to a higher position, but you don't need to hire anybody else as well.
No, ma'am.
All right, very good. And with the signs, just to be clear on that, 5,000 was going for just your random signs that you need to replace here and there.
Yes, ma'am.
And the 20K would be going for, like the sign we have out here, the informational sign. Is that what a VMS board is?
For the entrance signs, that 20K is more geared towards the physical welcome to North Topsail Beach sign. There's one at the bridge and then down at Scotch
Those
Bonnet.
wooden ones? Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I'm not in favor of that at all. Whoops, didn't mean to mumble that. For mosquito control, you said you were gonna do a little more research in there. And this isn't a question, this is just something that I have noticed that some of the other municipalities, especially larger ones like Raleigh, and there's a lot of South Carolina ones, when you do look into that, the places that provide services, a lot of them are now going to the eco-friendly, so you're not putting in all that horrible chemicals. It just, if you look into that. And, let's see, roadway repairs. Nope, you answered that one. Nope, that's all nope. Anyways, thank you very much for your report. Excellent job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Larry?
Question, you may have said something about this and I might have missed it, but
Yes, sir.
how much asphalt do we have that's not state maintained?
Goodness. So I don't have the roads report sitting right in front of me. Approximately 6 miles worth of asphalt. When you add up all the avenues and side streets and whatnot together, it's taking away Island and New River Inlet Road. It's about 6, maybe 6.5 miles total.
Do we have any type of plan, time-wise, when these things, we think that they're gonna need to be?
That's what he's getting done.
That's what that conditioning survey
That's
will
what's
do.
happening now?
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
bids
sir.
he's getting.
Okay, so are funds are funds being put away for any of those types of projects, or are they just as needed?
As needed. That's kind of the push for the streets budget in that capital fund is starting to. I phrased it differently. The way the fire department stated, like, we're paying ourselves moving forward, planning on spending that type of money. My intuition tells me, from a roads perspective, that sum is going to be quite large when it is identified in terms of what we need, because those roads are the arteries of this town.
Well, and that was my question, I think, because, you know, are we just putting Band-Aids on things, or is it stuff that when it happened,
It's cold patch now.
Yes, sir. We're band-aiding it right now. If I'm being frank, when the issues are identified, first assessment is, can we do it in-house? Because if we can cut a patch and reinstall and get it compacted to prevent, you know, the residents from tearing up their cars while they're driving up and down the roads, we do the best we can. But some of these projects, especially you know, the north end, not to belabor the point, but the north end's got some areas that the four of us with the best intentions would take us a half a year to fix ourselves, and that's going to probably be a larger project.
I think that's what we're talking about, almost creating a new bucket, because this is going to have to be something that's annual.
I think in
sections
strategic
at a time.
planning, that's the kind of thing that we want to be able to get ahead of, to where we have some kind of a number that we think we're going to need, and
Yes, sir.
some kind of time frames to where we can start putting it into a budget, so that whenever it gets to be done, we got the money and don't have to go look for it.
Yes, sir.
I'm a
that
little
was
bit
kind of
lost
my
on
question.
the north end stuff though, because where does the state route stop?
Right
Because the
there.
state- You're on the Tiki Bar still on the state route.
I think the state route goes all the way to where it changes from New River Inlet Road to River Road.
River Road.
And River Road is what runs the last 90-degree turn before you go to the access.
So
I
where
could be
we
mistaken.
where we gain.
That's what I thought, Beach Club, right?
Yes.
where-
So
where's the
Siegel,
road
we're
in the
still
north
responsible.
end so the state's gotta do all that, although their
So-
resurfacing
so-
plan is on the sidelines.
So they would repave New River Inlet Road, but they wouldn't terminate off of that and hit things like Coastal or Oyster or some of
Correct.
those
I
other
understand all
streets.
that,
So,
but I thought the main problem up there was on New River Inlet. When I ride up there, I don't see that much damage in the side streets.
I would
Maybe
say
you do.
River Road to the termination point where you drive onto that beach at BA
Yeah,
three.
the 90, the 90
that's a
past
bad
Cameron's
thing.
house.
That to me, if I were boss for a day, that would be my recommendation, is start there, just based off of the worst for wear.
And that's what we brought up
comparison.
years ago was, you know, New River Inlet Road, nobody realizes, you know, they have a 30-mile-an-hour sign there now, or the 20-mile-an-hour sign there, and the speed limit. And everybody takes the corner, they're doing, you know, if they're doing 10 miles an hour, taking that curve, but so many people don't take that curve, and that's maybe a recommendation we need to talk about, is we've talked about the speed bumps and yada, yada. But, you know, worst case, when season hits, possibly even put up a sign that says, detour local traffic only on Seagull, because the fact of the matter is, the state replaces all New River Inlet Road, and we have to repair Seagull.
Yeah, I think the only thing is at one time we were talking about the bike path, which now if it's $10 million, we're probably not talking about it, because to me, the logical part of that is if they're going to resurface New River Inlet, we just tag on and get that extra piece done and pay that difference. That's a big difference in us doing a standalone project.
I can inquire that with
Well,
the
the
DOT.
Jumbo people were supposed to check on that. They'll check on the next meeting as to where
Well,
we
I
are on
think,
that.
and I believe that anything in the utilities department that's our problem and not the state's problem, we need to know, so that we can start, you know, beginning to get some ideas, and you're the person who's gonna have to provide that to us.
Yes, sir.
Of what kind of funds that we would need if we had to do all that, so that we can make sure that we can create some kind of, or try to create some kind of funds where we have a rainy day type situation, such when that happens, we can go ahead and do it and not have to piecemeal. Because some of that looks like it's been piecemealed a lot of times.
Yes. Yeah, that's ultimately the intent behind that pavement condition
Well, that's
expert to
something
come
else
in and
that we'll need
provide.
to talk about, because I think it's important that we do that.
So, now, my turn.
Yes, sir.
Where is the police department EOC in your budget? It's not? So we haven't seen that yet? Is that right?
Yes, it's in capital improvement.
Okay. All right. For some reason, I was thinking it was here. The other thing too is with the vehicles and stuff we're talking about, one of the things we ought to be thinking about is whether we should lease this stuff rather than buy it. Because the cash hit on these type of things is gonna be a huge number for us. For example, I know that Holly Ridge leases their police vehicles, and I'm not saying to do that. And from an economic standpoint, it may not be better on a net present value basis to, to lease versus buy. But to the extent that we can have payments over I'll use the fire truck as an example. Put out 1.8 million or put out 1.8 million with 0% interest over 10 years. I'll go with the second one. And one of the things that Doug Carter's talked to us about is, in some of those things, we ought to be looking at doing financing to hold on to our cash. So I think that's something we ought to be taking a look at as we're going forward, Wayne, just to look at the options. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and hit the highlights on inspections first. We added a couple, $3,300 for cabinets under equipment. And I could see it better when I was sitting down, I'm sorry. I'm not asking for anything. There was an overall decrease due to the settlement agreement, and I think that there was one other thing. Training was increased for inspections for the deputy town clerk for those qualifications. So I know that's pretty standard. Is there any questions on inspections? It's all cut and dry. Straightforward. If we can go to you got planning up there already. So planning, I think, was all status quo. I don't think we requested any additional funds for anything. Any questions?
One thing to add, this doesn't have to do with expenses, but more on the revenue side, is that we talked about taking a look at the fee schedule this year.
Yes.
So at a future meeting, that will be brought to the board for potential adjustments to the fee schedule.
Yes. Yep, yes. Enjoy your lunch. There you go.
And it wasn't even, what's the one the county did? Chick-fil-A. That's an anecdotal thing. They had a meeting, was going on, and Sharon was the county manager at that time, and she said, I don't mean to interrupt everybody, but the food's here, okay? And that shut down all the conversation. Everybody ate lunch. So we've got
There's administration, then there's just a couple of
I'll go over
small ones like
the
Committee.
requests from outside agencies. So we'll go over the outside agency requests when we regroup and then go from there.
take up a few minutes. Do you want to continue to eat while we go through this stuff? Let's just keep working then. All right, so people want a sandwich? All right, we're back live. And Alice, it looks like you're up.
Yeah. Okay. So before we broke, I said that we would first delve into, and this is in the proposed budget under governing body, what we will need feedback on from the board. I've received requests from outside agencies, and this falls under donations to other agencies. You can see that we've got it in the budget. The current year budget was $13,500, which consisted of donations to the Ocean City Jazz Festival for $10,000, and then the remainder of that to the Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Topsail Area Chamber of Commerce. This year, I have received requests from the Greater Topsail Area Chamber of Commerce once again, who is requesting $3,000 and plus an additional $500 for marketing the area, so $3,500 total. And then a $5,000 request from Share the Table, which is new. And also a request from the Ocean City Jazz Festival for $20,000. And last year's request for the allocation to the Jazz Festival was $10,000. So, thoughts from the board?
I'll take the first one. So, and Mark, I'm gonna direct this at you. What is the benefit of the Chamber of Commerce to us? I mean, besides showing up, because we've had this discussion every year, right? Because Joanne was like, why are we doing anything? And you're the business person sitting here. What's the benefit that we get from them?
Well, I'm no politician, and some things I say might tick county officials off and everybody else. But I think the Chamber of Commerce, about 6 years ago, they came down and we were meeting in North Shore Country Club, and they presented, and the board was pretty much cold shoulder to them. I really and truly think it helps benefit the town, gets our name out there more. Just like, you know, when we spend money at the Lowe's in Surf City, that we don't see that money back. It stays in Pender County and Surf City. So I personally think that being associated with the chamber is a good thing, but that's my personal opinion, and that's coming from a commercial side. So just take that with a grain of salt, but that's where I stand.
Okay. And then just real quick, and then I'll turn it to other people. Ocean City was 10 last year.
Correct. And they've requested 20.
Right. Chamber was 2 last year? You don't have to tell me. It wasn't
They
35, was
were-
it?
No, they were 1,500 last
Okay,
year.
that's right. Share the Table's new.
Yes.
I think the rest of the stuff is just regular dues. I think so where does, and I should know, TISPC is in here too?
No, we don't pay dues to TISPC.
We just pay directly to the lobbying firm.
Yes, and that's under a different fund.
Okay, that's what I was looking at.
The only thing I need right now is feedback from the board on how you want to move forward with these agencies. If you want to, what you want allocated, if any, to these 3 agencies.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Will you repeat the amounts of money?
Sure. Ocean City Jazz Festival has requested 20,000. And 10,000 was provided in this year's budget. The Greater Topsail Area Chamber of Commerce, this year's allocation was 1,500. They are requesting 3,500. And Share the Table, which is new this year, is requesting support of $5,000.
So we've not donated to them before,
Correct.
and they want 5,000?
Yes.
So as a matter of practice, what was the total amount of money that we paid last year?
13,500.
13,500, and now they're wanting 18,500.
28,500.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Why is Jazz Festival needing so much more money?
So,
You gotta be careful with this one because he's on the board of it.
well,
Well, you
the Ocean City Beach Citizens Council is separate from the Jazz Festival. I don't participate in the Jazz Festival organization. I volunteer and help out with it. Unfortunately, with some of the budget cuts that have been coming from the federal and state governments, the Jazz Festival is in jeopardy of not being able to fully fund the event. And since it is our only large-scale event that we do have on the island that does draw people from around the region, I think it promotes the community well, it promotes the town well, it promotes the Ocean City Beach community well, and I think on top of the staff assistance and the IT support that the town provides, which is above that, I would say. I think it's hard for me to assign a dollar amount because, yeah, I would like to see more money, but I also understand that we have to be good stewards of the community's money. And I think if people that have attended the Jazz Festival can realize the quality of the festival that occurs, I think it's ultimately trying to fill shortfalls that have been popping up
So
since.
bottom line is they're looking for somebody to throw in some extra money. What's the largest amounts that people donate?
Oh, there's huge amounts.
Yeah,
They got big sponsors that are what, 50 grand? I mean, they got some big sponsors.
They have some different sponsors, but I think they've even been dropping back as well. And I wish I had spoken to the organizer to get more information. I will try to get more specifics to help feed your.
The only reason I'm asking, Dublin is pretty that's pretty steep, just when you double it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the chamber is something that we almost have to be a part of. I think that's a civic thing that we almost have to do. And I think that the Share the Table is a good organization. They do a lot of good stuff with what they've got. But that's just a matter of whether the board wants to participate in that. I mean, I can't put a dollar value on the Jazz Festival. I think that we need to support it because it's part of us. Whether it ought to be double or not, I don't know. I mean, I just think that's pretty steep when you go from 10 to 20.
And I'd just add too, the Jazz Festival, this year in particular is their Sweet 16. So I know that, it's a special year for them and they were planning additional things to go along with that.
Okay.
Now this being our first rodeo, so to speak, is this part of this year's budget, next year's budget? What are we?
We're already in for 10 this year.
Okay.
This is
Yeah,
next
this
year.
is next
Okay,
year.
my concern here is too, I've been through this a few times with, other organizations. As soon as you start handing money out, the next thing you know, next year, we're gonna be sitting here with 20 different organizations wanting to see if they can throw their hat in the ring. Hey, maybe we get it, maybe we don't. So this is not our money, this is the taxpayers' money, so I really think that we need to concentrate on, focus on anything that has to do with North Topsail Beach first.
Okay. I'm gonna weigh in on this one. Do you wanna go?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Me too.
Okay. As far as Ocean City goes, I would fully support doubling it, and this is why. Because besides it being historic, besides it being a real feather in our cap, it also brings in money to name recognition for our town, money as far as accommodation taxes, as far as spending a lot of money that goes to the town or to the county, and then we get some of that back. I feel like the benefits really outweigh the cost. We've been giving them $10,000. I think 20,000, especially that this year is going to be a stellar year for them. And if you don't realize it, which I think everybody on the board does, Ocean City was one of, if not the first place on the East Coast that African American people were allowed to own property. It's got such a history, and it's been recognized with the historic trail markers, and I think that, and actually, they're not just a part of this town, the town's more of a part of them. This town's only been incorporated since the early 90s, and anything we can do to support that, and there is a benefit to us financially, I'm good with that. As for the chamber, I do agree that we need to keep with them. We don't get as much benefit from them as the other towns do, because we have a lot, just a tiny percentage of businesses, commercial entities, where the other towns have a lot, and being where it's centrally located, the different events and stuff that the chamber has. Occasionally they'll have something down here, and they will have it over at like the St. Regis. I think they had like a casino night or something. They do some stuff down here, so I don't want to cut them off, but I don't really want to go to the 3,500. 2,500 I'd go up to. That's just me. And share the table. Share the table is awesome. To start them out at 5,000 though, I'd do about half that, that's a nice little chunk of change. And we do have them setting out here during the summer, collecting the extra food. They're an awesome organization. I don't know that I want to give them 5,000, but that's just me. I'm only one board member, and now I'm done.
Rick, sorry, Rick. Outside of Share the Table as well, I think they're a great organization. I've recently donated some to them as well. I'd like to know what sort of benefit, how they serve. I recognize that we're supporting our neighbors and other communities.
If you let me go, that's what we
But that was going to be my question.
We participate in Share Table.
Please.
So, Lisa and I are part of Kiwanis, and as part of Kiwanis, once a month, we go and we donate the food and we do Share the Table. When we started doing those meals, they're for people that need them, we had about 70 people come and get meals. It's 250 now in the last couple of years from this area everywhere. So what this is literally these people, that's their Sunday meal when they come in. And so we've seen it there. Now, in terms of giving them $5,000, if we started with 1,000 with them, I'm probably okay to make a difference. In the chamber, I wouldn't go above the 1,500 that we're giving them now. I don't see the benefit. When I look at Ocean City, we only have, no offense to the puppies, we only have one event here, and one significant event in this town. We have an historic area of the town, and I actually just, have written a letter, I know Kip has too, to the county asking for money for them as well. And Kip and I talked about this. I happen to be meeting with that group, and I expressed concern, and you and I talked about it, about the funding for this thing, about whether, and my view on the Jazz Festival is a simple one. If they skip a year, it's probably dead. I think that's a bad, Alice, I think you agree with that too. We've talked about it. If you look at all these donations of other agencies, in a $15 million budget, we're talking about $25,000. And I agree 100% with that, but we have nothing like that in this town. That's similar to what the Jazz Festival is and what it means to this town. I would be fine with 20, especially because I'm going to be asking the county for more than that. So, if we go too low, it's going to look pretty bad. And I think that they will. We got $10,000 from them a couple of years ago from the county to fix the walk, and I think they do appreciate that. If it was me, if we were going to do share the table, I'd probably start them at 1,000. That probably feeds over 100 people. And I would encourage people to go to their facility. It's pretty interesting. It's not just meals. They actually have a pantry that you go into. And when we're doing the meals with them, you go in there and they allow them to shop, and they can pick up anything they want with canned goods and everything else. And so people leave there literally filling their pantry when they go home. I have been amazed at what those people do with how little they have. And so I think that's a good one. Chamber, I would kick at 1,500. I have absolutely no problem with $20,000 for the Jazz Festival, because I think that that's something, again, my concern is if there ends up being a funding issue because of all this money we really don't want that to go away in this town. We really don't want it to go away. So I'll get off my high, because I watch the pennies on this stuff. But if it was, and Lisa and I contribute to that too, but that's beside the point. It's just, it's about Ocean City. It's about what this area of our town is and a very important part of it, so.
So what you're proposing is that we raise
I have no problem with
$11,000.
Give us an idea, how much is the budget for that? It's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? I mean, they bring in real talent, Larry.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not.
it's a couple of $100,000. I don't have the
It's like a
exact
couple
stats in front of me.
$100,000.
Yeah, I'm not debating whether it's a good event, I'm just,
I understand you're doubling up, and
how much money are we wanting to spend?
right, but I don't think in the past, Alice, before last year, did we give anything to the Jazz Festival besides helping out?
Yes,
Besides even, so
yeah.
it's been
The
10 for a
town's
while?
historically,
1,000.
yeah, always given a financial donation, but the amounts have varied.
Okay, thank you. What are your feelings on this? You see what happens with
I
this.
mean, I think they're, a key part of the community, and, we've always supported them and everything that they do. The financial part aside, I know all of staff works, public works, it's an all-on-board event. Public works, police, fire, myself helps to coordinate whatever's needed. It's,
Well, like
the
I
key-
said,
really
for
the
$20,000
key
item, we
event
spent
for
more time
the
talking
town.
about it, so, I think that even if you don't vote, are you okay with 20 for them, Mark?
Well, are we
obviously,
allowed
we
to
gotta
do a
see what the
vote here
numbers look
for
like.
motions or anything? I
No, no,
mean,
this is just
Well,
about.
this is just
giving
about
her a feeling.
giving
of
a
what-
consensus, and this doesn't even have to
Yeah.
be,
Ocean City's
your
the heart.
final
I've got no problem with
thought on
20.
it.
That's my
This
personal
is just a number, what do
In
you
the
want plugged
forecast.
in for
Yeah.
the initial forecast to be ran, and at the next meeting in April, you can revisit this topic
Well,
again.
just going around the table, I'd say 20,000, and then 1,500 for what we've been doing for the Chamber of Commerce, and then I would start out share the table with 1,000 with Rick's recommendation. That's me. Next.
Does that sound okay? I mean, it's just a forecast, so.
Take a vote.
No, we don't need to.
Okay,
You don't need to?
No, you're outvoted, Larry.
okay.
Well, I'm fine. You got more money than I do.
Your
so you-
microphone.
Oh,
I think it's a good deal. I think it's, why is the chamber increasing? What
they're not.
is the
We
chamber,
cut-
do they have
we cut them, Larry, that's why they're increasing.
do they have a tier that you go to for different monies?
No, this is what they've requested based on, like I said, $1,500 is what we gave them last year. They're requesting a 3,000 commitment, financial commitment, and then 500 specifically is set aside for marketing.
For their marketing?
Yeah, well, for marketing for all the towns,
Well, then, and what have we been paying, 1,500?
1,500.
You were staying involved, it's just,
Right, I mean,
we're not really commercial.
we only have, what, maybe 5 businesses in the whole town,
I mean,
maybe
they put
7.
together information like visitors guides and all the marketing information that you see out there that speaks about Topsail Island. They've spearheaded all of that.
Well, we have to do something there because they had the option if you're giving less money to give you less coverage. There's nothing technically in there that makes them do that, but.
Well, let's just run, I mean, look, we're gonna have to, we're gonna, to be
yeah.
honest with this group, we're gonna be making cuts anyway, so
Ye-
let's just run the numbers and see what they
Yeah,
look like.
exactly, because, we're on the outskirts of the major part of where their advertising is going. So it's kind of like we're on deck, and we're not really seeing a huge benefit because we are not an overly commercialized area.
Okay, all right, we're good. Alice, go ahead.
Okay, well, that's pretty much wraps up governing body, so that's what I wanted to address. Wayne, did you wanna pull up the spreadsheets and we can walk through that? You had said you wanted to go through administration next, correct?
Yeah, administration is fine. I think that's the other main one. Yeah, do administration. Let me get over there.
Some of the things, I briefed on during my initial report on the economic overlook. But we can go through line by line. Yeah.
So we'll start in the salary and personnel. Basically, right now, as far as administration, what we're proposing is, we currently have, the existing positions, the town manager, town clerk, finance officer, the newly created accountant. But we also proposed including right now on, through a agency, we have an accounts payable administrator that has been working with us through Roth temporary agencies. And when we went into that contract, we went into it with the possibility of that be converted to full term. So the timing of doing that would be good to do it in the new year. We have him as a temp through June, I believe, or to like the beginning of July, so it would coincide with the calendar. So that's really the only major personnel change, would be bringing that position into the mix as a full-time position.
That's the accounts payable.
Yeah, accounts payable administrator, so.
Okay, we already know my question. If we go back, if we stop doing we stop doing a run every week, and we cut that back, I understand we've got stuff that you have to cut out like that.
Right.
But, she's not here, but you already know that the question what Laura was gonna ask is, if you cut that back, right?
Yeah, I mean, cutting back how often we mail out checks, the volume of bills, invoices, vendors, and things that we're paying is not gonna go down. And also, as I listened to some of the potential projects and things that we got proposed coming up, keeping in mind everything that we're doing, processing those invoices and paying those vendors is this person. So I would be more than comfortable in saying that is a full-time job. Prior to Mark, GWI had one person dedicated to that solely. So again, it is definitely, the workload is full-time, and with the upcoming potential projects, again, paying all those vendors, all the invoices, just paying all the bills in general.
But you have him coming on as an employee or as a contract person?
He is a contractor right now.
No, I understand that, but there's a huge
The proposal
difference.
is to bring him on as an employee, starting at the first of the year.
Because the benefit of having it be a contract employee is if it's 20 hours a week, it's 20 hours a week. If it's an employee, you're paying them full-time. And I just know the issue about accounts payable, because we've talked about this ad nauseum, is I don't think we ought to be doing check runs as much as we're doing. No company I've ever worked for does them like we're doing. Now, I understand that has a lot to do with contracts that preceded everybody here and those kind of stuff, but it's something that we at least need to look at, because I know Laura's gonna bring it up in the next meeting, so you might as well be prepared.
Yeah, and we've discussed as far as the processing and mailing of the checks moving to biweekly, as long as it doesn't, there's a couple vendors that it may cause an issue with, that we would have to deal with. But again, it isn't gonna reduce, whether we issue the checks biweekly or weekly, the overall volume, say on a monthly basis that we're processing is still gonna be the same. It's just a matter of when we issue them and mail them out.
But you understand under that theory, we could do a check run every day and still have that same
Oh,
argument.
yeah, I do.
Or you could have once a month and you still have the same argument. So it's,
Right.
I'm saying it's something we need to look at,
Okay.
right? And on the payroll side, have we outsourced payroll now?
Right now, You mean as far as that position, like?
No,
as-
no, how are we doing our payroll now? We talked about that some time ago about having
Oh, the
payroll
payroll
being done by
processing.
ADP or somebody.
We have the contract for review. We're at the point, Alice and I have been working together to pretty much, I think, sign off on it, but then, the next decision is gonna be like the time frame for implementation.
Okay, I'm
The
just
issue is
raising
you
the issue.
can't expect staff to go through, an implementation with ADP right now when we're trying to
Yeah.
put together the budget stuff.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is I know what the questions are gonna be in the next meeting, so you ought to be ready for them as.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah, yeah, and honestly, I know that was kind of a separate question, but the payroll is not a process of this position. He's full-time, paying the bills, yeah. And the only concern I have is if we keep it as a contracted position is turnover. These folks come in, generally speaking, looking to eventually be a full-time job. And if we keep him as a temporary, or anybody else, we probably will lose them, and then you're going through the constant retraining cycle.
And then my last question, contracted services, I'm assuming means you don't have GWI anymore.
Yeah, the contracted services line, if you look, has gone down significantly. A large part of that was this previous year was the GWI contracts.
Yeah, there's nothing incorporated for GWI to do any work going forward, other than what you already contracted them for.
What
Right.
about with Carter's? Are they in there?
Carter's, is, yes,
Yeah,
yes, we have them incorporated.
I just want to make sure, I think that a mistake that we made as a board, that is not a reflection of the staff, is that we should have kept Carter's on board on a continual basis, just to give us advice on some of the financing stuff that they were able to, they saved us millions, Alice, when you spearheaded getting all the refinancing and all that stuff done, and we're going into a period right now, with, like you said, Wayne, with projects and everything else, we need to have somebody that can, get debt for us, get all those type of things, and
Right.
Carter's have, like I said, I can't remember, I can never find that slide, Alice, but I think when we redid the USDA contract, it was millions of dollars saved
Right.
in interest.
yeah. So, I mean, just as a quick highlight, line by line, most of these did not change. We kind of carried them forward, just your general expenses, postages, office supplies, things like that. Really, the only changes were adding that position, the big reduction in the contracted services related to GWI, and I think that's about it.
Looked flat to me.
Yeah, it's fairly flat, other than those changes. A little bit more, I believe there was in the dues and subscriptions, or related to training, but just some of the certifications for the clerk, for myself, things like that. That will be coming up, like my eligibility to go into financial officer certification would be, I think the next round of classes is like July or August.
Alice, did we do it, this has happened in the past because we didn't really have that structure in the budget. Have we had to do a lot of reclassifications on stuff, like it was sitting in somebody's budget, now it's in somebody else's budget, and we did that, didn't we do that last year a fair amount? when
Yeah,
Deborah was
most
doing
of
the
those, I
budget?
believe, were
That's
taken
all-
care of last year,
Yeah,
from what
that
I
was
can
all
see.
addressed last year.
I think the few, yeah, the few minor ones, the department heads addressed, like the spectrum moving to Ricky and things, so there weren't a lot of expense reclassifications this time. I think you all cleaned it up fairly well last year.
It got cleaned up last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mark? Yep.
Sorry, so GWI is included in the salaries line, is that what we're saying?
No, GWI is out of the budget.
They were all contract.
After, this next year's budget, they're not in it at all.
So salaries was 608, 372, and is going down to 583.
Yeah, there were a couple other, there was another position in there last year, that is not in it now. So yeah, there is actually a little bit of a reduction.
Because
And
when
the
you
only,
asked, sorry, when you said 10% and then it goes down 4%, so I was trying to figure
Yeah.
out the math.
yeah, the way it worked out without that position, the difference in some of the folks that were here that have retired, versus what the new positions are, it actually does come to a slight reduction. Now I did, caveat, I did make the assumption of a town manager salary at the salary that you all brought in the interim.
Yeah.
Now, I'm being aware that
That's
that could be different, but
We're not gonna know.
that was the assumption right
We're not
now.
gonna know until they get back to us.
Yeah, so yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
No, I'm good.
You knew the leader would be okay. Thanks, Alice.
Okay. The other couple categories that are not specific to a department. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I believe the only other one, very general and vague, I think, is it insurance? Ricky, do you have one? I don't even know, we may not have done a slide.
I do not have one for insurance. We've got inspections that we haven't been over yet.
Well, inspection was Deb, but yeah.
5-year projects is the only one I've got.
The what? Oh, the 5-year, okay, that's the last one. Honestly, for the insurance, Alice kind of touched on it in her opening comments. You're covering your workers' comp, just the different insurances that we have, and we assumed a 10% increase just based on general market comments that even in working with the company that we have our benefits through, she's saying to expect about a 10% increase in most insurances, probably hitting around August is when she was saying, which would be in next year's budget, so that's why I counted for that as a 10% increase for insurances in general. No other changes there. The last part, I don't know, do you want to address the 5-year?
Yeah.
There it is.
Before we get to that, one thing that, and while I'm doing that, can you pull up the 5-year projection? The one thing I did want to get some feedback from the board is talking about the fire tax in particular. Because there has been discussion at the county level about revisiting that, looking at it, it might change. So it may stay the same, it may go up a little, and then it may not be there going forward. So my question, at the meeting I was in last week, that the county was there, was, okay, so how do you advise we plan and budget for the fire tax? They suggested, while they couldn't guarantee anything because it was a different committee and they would be talking about that just like we're talking about the budget, to plan for the same or maybe a little bit more. My approach.
Dollars or cents?
Cents,
So
which
three-
equates
three-
to dollars.
That's my question, yeah.
So, my approach would be, and this is just, being more on the conservative end, if there is even a remote possibility that it's going to go away, I would say to put that at 0. But that, that's, my question to the board is, what do you want to plug in for that number? Because I know the city of Jacksonville is planning for 0 as well.
I don't think politically they can go to 0. They just gave the volunteer fire department 5 cents. But I'll follow up. Let's leave it at 3 cents, but on the
Okay.
new one. And then, if that's okay with you guys, then I'll follow up with them. I just don't know that politically they can make this thing go away when they just signed an agreement with the volunteer fire departments to give them 5 cents. And obviously I'm pushing for 5 cents.
Okay. So the 5-year outlook that we put together, that's what you see up on the screen right now. A lot of these items in here, these are items that have been pulled from, that you heard the department heads talk about earlier this morning. So you can see the police department replacement vehicles. You can see the plan for 2 going forward each year of the 5 years, which was based on their requirements. Police department expansion, this is something, it's plugged in for $5,500,000. This is something that's been talked about in the past by the board as a priority. I had asked staff to put together numbers to plug in here. This is something that the board will need to decide whether you feel this is a priority, and if it is, if it's a 26-27 year priority, or if it's more of an out year priority. So that's something that you could consider as we go forward. So we have weapon replacements. I don't think, we don't have those, we don't have anything plugged in for that because within the next 5 years, we don't anticipate weapon replacements. Body cam equipment, we have plugged in for $56,000, 27-28. Roxor vehicle, we anticipated, these are the beach vehicles that we have that police use. Is there a question? Or
She just asked what it was.
Right before you said it.
okay. So the Roxor vehicle is that it looks like a hybrid of a Jeep and a ATV that you see going up and down the beach. So police use that, as well as our beach patrol have used that as well to patrol the beach. We've got that plugged in for 27. No, that was 30-31. Sorry. Okay. Fire department. We mentioned, you know, there was a question on vehicles earlier, specifically to the fire department. They have relatively new vehicles for the chief and deputy, so you can see those plugged in for fiscal year 29-30 and then 30-31, so spacing them out a year apart between the chief and the deputy chief. Engine replacement, so we don't have anything plotted for that, obviously, because we've taken care of that. The ladder truck replacement, there's been discussion on that. We have $1.8 million just plugged in as a number for 27-28. It will take a year to, or we would get 2 years to build from what the information we're getting, and then payment would be due whenever is received. So we plugged it in initially there. That was because in preparing this, the thought process was to get from department heads and the things that I knew to put on a spreadsheet so that Doug has something to work from when he's doing his modeling. Okay, South End Fire Department, obviously that's taken care of. Equipment replacement, there's $35,300 plugged into each year. You know, examples are radios, extrication tools, that's been done in the past. Chief felt that was a good viable number to plan for future equipment needs. Cascade system, that's something that we have taken care of, or about ready to. We're ready to pull the trigger on that now, so that'll be taken care of. Next items go down to public works area. Street pavings and repair, we talked about plugging in numbers for future roadway repairs. $150,000 was plugged in to start, so that you had something to look at and budget for. Well, we do anticipate, like Chris said, once we get that initial assessment in, that number could get bumped way up. We just don't know because they have not been addressed. Replacement vehicles, and this is for public works. Chris talked about $155,000 in his budget. That's been pulled over to this sheet, and that's for the dump truck and the flatbed again. And then we plugged in, he requested a desire for future replacements. We have $70,000 plugged in 2 of the out years. Crosswalks. It looks like a number did not get pulled over. A number does need to be plugged in for that. So for some reason that didn't carry over, so we'll have that plugged in, before it goes to Doug. That is for like the Villa Capriani style system that's in place and any type of striping for a crosswalk. Mowing equipment. We have, we talked about, and you joked about, snow blowing equipment earlier. Public Works, we're in the process now of, you're going to be potentially approving a piece of equipment at the next meeting, that's going to, be able to address not only mowing, but have the capability to, if you do get another snow event, to help clear roads. So it'll be one piece of equipment. Instead of buying a piece of equipment for each type of application, it's going to be one piece of equipment that covers a myriad of issues that could come up. And the board will be considering that at the next meeting. I know that it typically hasn't snowed here in the past, but I can tell you it's snowed here every year since I've been here. So I do think you need to address it and be prepared. No, so yeah, maybe with me leaving, you'll have, better luck on that front. I don't know. I wish you the best. Public Works building, we talked about that. The roof is underway or about to get underway, and the next step will be allocating money for repairing the building, which is, again, like the repairs that we did at the North End Fire Station when I came on board, because that station was in the starting to go in the same direction that the South End Station was if it wasn't addressed. So reskinning the building, the windows, and just rehabbing everything. So we have 100,000 plugged in for that. I'm sorry.
Your goal there is to avoid us having to replace the whole fire station.
Correct. And if you recall, we had an engineer assess that building to determine that it did not require an immediate tear down. It wasn't in the condition that the South End Station was, that, we're in a position to be able to rehab it as opposed to a total tear down and replacement, which is great. VMS board, this is something that was talked about. We have a new one plugged in the general fund budget, but we also plugged in an out year for the replacement of the old one. The old one was bought secondhand years ago that predates me. So how many years left you have in it, I don't know. I mean, staff feels that it'll get through a couple more years. We will see. So we plugged in $27,000 for an additional VMS board down the road. Park upgrades, $100,000. This is for any potential projects that you're going to be looking at, as far as court resurfacing, pickleball, anything like that, things that come up, that I know, that I'm aware of, that Public Works is aware of, that the board will likely want to consider in future years. Off-site EOC storage. There's been a lot of discussion about the importance of having a off-site area, this is off of island, for an emergency operations center. So if we were to have a major event, right now, where would staff go? Where would we operate in EOC? Right now, we have agreements in place with the school, and also the agreement that I had put in place with the county to use the library. Also, agreements we've had in the past with area hotels with arrangements that has availability to accommodate us. But this is for a standalone site. Right now, we referenced earlier, we've been talking to Frankie with Onwassa. I have provided him a plan that was put together by Captain Page for a Quonset hut type facility that would house all of our staff and a lot of our equipment. This $300,000 is the cost that we anticipate that would cost to construct that type of facility. Of course, that would, be dependent on ONWASA accommodating us with the property. I can say over the years, we've tried, I know that I brought different things to the board over the years on property that's become available. We looked at, and the board decided not to go forward at that time.
How much did they wanted like 5 times what we thought
Yeah.
it was worth, right?
Yeah, so
Right.
there's been
And land acquisition,
options.
yeah.
Unfortunately, land is very expensive. So hopefully an arrangement can be worked out with ONWASA to where we would just be able to construct this facility, which would be $300,000. DOT bike lane project, $10 million is plugged in. That's something that the board will, I know there's a lot of thought going into that.
Unplug it.
On whether you want to go forward with that or not. You can leave it in here just as a placeholder for now.
I was gonna say, you
but-
can unplug that one, that's what, 5 times what they told us initially?
Yeah. Computer replacements, so you can see we've got, sitting down with Ricky, we've got $90,000. I think that was another, I'm not sure why that was pulled over 3 times. And that should have went under 28, 29. So if we can make the correction on that.
Okay.
And PD vehicle computer replacement, $30,000. And that's for 27, 28. And then inspections, this is for the building inspector replacement vehicle of $50,000. I plugged that in, not really knowing the full condition of the vehicle. That the inspector, we've been without an inspector, so we have, of course, the agreement with the part-time contracted service that we're using, and then also relying on county services. So I'm not sure what the long-term prospect of that department will be. But I did want to make sure that it was included in case another vehicle was needed
Okay.
for $50,000.
Looks like on the next one, you got the
And
same
then
problem.
planning, we've got, and I don't, that shouldn't be carried over
It's
3
not
times
3.
either. No.
People used to buy them every year.
Is there any questions on this? But this is what I will take and give to Doug. We'll get a copy of this along with our operating budget so that he can be prepared to come back with different models with addressing the board in April.
Okay, if I could, I'll make a comment and then we'll pass it. Doug is gonna have basically a living model for us, correct? So what I would suggest is take the bike lane out. I can tell you right now, we can't afford $10 million for a bike lane. Doesn't matter whether that's a priority or not. The other thing too is I think, Wayne, you're gonna work up the revenue neutral calculation for us. Would you have Doug run a scenario that has the revenue neutral revenue for us versus what we're looking at, just to show what that looks like in terms of, expenses versus revenues? In addition to, you can do the full thing, which we've got in now, which is the new, the new tax base, at 43 cents. But we might as well know what that looks like if we try to go revenue neutral.
Staff will have to run,
He's gotta do it, right?
yes. Doug will review it because of his position as a financial advisor. He is not able
Right.
to run those
No, that's,
for the board.
yeah, I'm sorry, I should have been clear about that. Wayne's gotta run revenue neutral number, okay, and then he gives that to Doug to run in the model, because I think as a board, we need to see what that looks like. Especially because of, the county's gonna have to do exactly the same thing, and figuring out what people are gonna be doing. We don't wanna be in the position that some of the other towns were in last year, where they're digging into reserves to keep from changing things, especially because Doug's gonna give us some real big numbers on expenses going forward, the beach project and all those type of things. And he's already let Alice and I know, that we're gonna be looking at debt no matter how we do this thing. And he's recommending that you don't burn all your cash on these projects, because if you get into something, like we talked with Deborah Mack, every one of the FEMA things is a reimbursable, which means if you don't have the money in the front end, you can't do the project. And the classic example that Alice brought up in our last meeting was, we would not have been able to do, the.
PTC 8.
Yeah, we didn't have that money. And, now we hope we'll get the money back from FEMA, but 4 years ago, that project wasn't gonna happen. And if you really want, we'll be circulating at the board meeting an analysis that Deborah did on the FEMA stuff. And when you're still seeing Florence money out there, you realized how bad financially structured we were at that time, which we cannot get into that thing again. We've cleaned up a lot of stuff in the last couple of years.
Well, and a lot of issues that were surrounding that too was, and it wasn't that staff did anything wrong in the past with how those projects were addressed, because FEMA did say, and they do say, that you can combine projects, but that just makes things very messy, and that's why you had projects that lingered out there for so long, and they were so commingled and mixed up, and staff leaving, new staff coming on board. There was a lot of untangling that had to be done, but it wasn't because of anything that it wasn't what staff had done. It was because FEMA advised that they could, and so they were just
See, I looked at it more
following
simply.
that.
We didn't have the money to front a lot of these projects, and so a lot of the delays was
No.
you still had to have the money in the front end.
Right.
And with the USDA side agreement, we were not allowed to do any beach projects, so we were kind of stuck on that too. So all that's been cleaned up, and we've only got one more payment left
Right.
in May,
Yep.
before that's clean, and that will be a really nice balance sheet. So, thank you, Alice. Any other questions for Alice?
I've got one question that's just popped up, going through all this. As far as, I love the fact that we're trying to get a new bucket for doing the roads annually or whatever, piece by piece as we go. But, I assume Jones Onslow's responsible for all the power poles, all the electrical lines. I assume Onwassa's responsible for all the water lines underneath the ground as they deteriorate over time. As far as fire hydrants, is that covered underneath the town, or is that Onwassa as well? Okay. All right, so, and with the general public listening and watching, I just want to make sure those are some questions that they may be
Sure.
asking as well, that, we
No,
want
those
to
are
make
big
sure
numbers,
that,
Mark. I mean, if we had to
yeah,
take
those
care
are
of
big,
that
big
stuff, we got a
numbers.
problem.
Yeah, those are huge numbers. Some of these small towns that have, 60 and 80-year-old piping in the ground.
Surf City's got their own water and sewer, right? And
Yeah.
when you look at the numbers they're gonna have to come up with, good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
At the last meeting, that was brought up about a beach access north end, whether it be an accessible one or one in general for up that way. I don't know if that's something we need to. Not proposing. Okay. I didn't know at what point
Because
that was an appropriate time
you're
to
gonna have
discuss it.
you'd have the legal issue about property and all the other stuff too, so I think that would be, but I think the other thing that's not in here is the whole idea about how much of that can we do with outside grants and all this kind of stuff. So what Doug's gonna run for us is just a model, assuming we're using our own cash, right?
Right. And as far as beach accesses go, when we delve into Shoreline Protection Fund, there's been a plan for the last 4 years at least, that we've looked at and planned for so many per year to replace. Because again, that was something that wasn't historically addressed, was repairing and replacing the beach accesses. So we'll plan for the Shoreline Protection Fund. You'll see some money going into that for X amount of replacements.
Connie?
I'm wondering if we could keep the bike lane in there, not for this year, but out like about 3 years or so. Not that number either, under the assumption that we would ask when they are going to repave New River Inlet Road, if we could pay for the extension, what is it, 4 feet on each side or whatever the extension is. Just kind of keep it in there as a placeholder, but just a percentage, just so we don't lose it, and for future boards. I mean, none of us are gonna be here forever.
Yeah, my only concern with that would be, as it counters up, you know, if it's just say you today, say 100,000 this year, 200,000 next year, and we're working our way up, is that, I know before you have to be careful how you determine or use the terminology of how that money's there, if you were to need to move
Yeah,
it,
I mean, one of the
or if it's
concerns.
stuck in that spot.
One of the concerns that I've had out there, and I would rely on our finance people, and actually Deborah Mack brought it up, once you start putting stuff in buckets and you designate it for something, it's a major change to start saying, it's one thing to say, I want to put stuff in for capital projects. If you say, I want to put money away for this project in this time, then we're encumbering the money for a specific project. And so, and back to your thing on the bike lane, the problem with putting any number in there, Connie, I have no problem with, if you want to do some placeholder, you know, 3 or 4 years from now. One is, without them resurfacing the road, I don't think financially we could do the project. Okay, and right now.
I agree.
They have told us now it's not gonna happen within the 2 or 3 years that we thought it was gonna happen. So what I would do as a placeholder, next time you guys go to the Jumpo meeting, just ask them. I understand from a inside source that there is so limited amount of money for resurfacing now. It's like 10 miles a year or something is all they have in this county. And also the county just put away, what do they call their roads? They're not abandoned roads, they call them something else. But basically, the county wants
Orphan
nothing to
streets.
do with roads at all. But they've put $2 million away for these, you know, it's a little side road going into, and there's a name that they've got for it.
Orphan roads.
Orphan roads. And this is the first year they've even talked about putting money aside. And $2 million in this county is not gonna get anything done. And so it's it's a big number and a hot button issue for the county when they start talking about the roads. So, sorry, go ahead, Kip.
Yeah, I like what Connie said as far as keeping it, you know, keeping it in there, whether it's a ghost of something, at least so that, because I mean, I see the bike traffic here along Island Drive is extensive. And I know that obviously the New River Inlet folks, if they had that same benefit, yeah, I'd love to be able to see if we could partner with some sort of organization that grant money could be available, but a $10 million grant I think is obviously pie in the sky. But I like Connie's idea of at least moving it out just a little bit as far as keeping it on our radar.
But it comes back to what number you're gonna plug.
Right.
I mean, what was the original I thought it was original like
3.
all right, I mean, if you want to plug something at 3 and do that, the other thing I think, assume that he's going to do, and I'm gonna use the fire truck, the $1.8 million as an example. He's not gonna, when he's doing the cash forecast, he's going to show that either being financed or something else, not a lump sum that year, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, that year, we're gonna be so far underwater with the $1.8 million hitting. And so those kind of assumptions have to go in.
Well, plus, with Carter's helping out, I mean, if we put 600,000 to the side, I assume we're putting that in the bank that's drawing interest or whatever while we're waiting
You don't
for
even
that.
do that, basically, until you sign the contract, and Wayne, you correct me, it's not encumbered. Once we sign a contract, then we have to encumber the funds, meaning that we've segregated the funds. And I asked the finance guy for the county at every meeting what they're looking for, and that number's going down, Wayne, and they're still looking at like 3.5%, 4% is what they're earning on the stuff, on our cash. That's a good point, Mark. Larry, you got anything else?
No.
Okay.
Alice?
Nope, that's it.
So, just to be clear, you want me to put 3 million as a placeholder out in like 29, 30?
I would put it out as far as you possibly can in the 5-year plan.
Okay, to the end of it.
Right now, they've already kicked it 3 years, right, Alice?
Right.
And also keep in mind, when we're looking at that, did they ever get back, did CAMA ever come back and tell them what, did they ever get anything? Remember, that was one of the issues, is that we know they're not gonna widen the bridges. We know they're not gonna do that kind of stuff.
I'll reach out to them to ask for another update, because the last update I got was about 2 meetings ago, so I'll ask them for another update so that, and I'll send it to you and so that Doug, make sure he captures it in the right year.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just-
Kama
ahead.
did post signs all up and
Right.
down New River Inlet
Right.
Road, and so
Yeah,
a
they
lot
went
of the
through the
residents were
environmental
aware.
process. Yeah.
You can ask them where's $100,000 too. else I've got, anybody else? So motion to adjourn? And then-
One quick question. A lot of numbers in my head right now. We talked about it on several different reports. Is there a number to zero in on the salaries and the adjustments and things that we talked about? Is there a number for cost of living and possible merit you want me to plug in lieu of the 10% that's in there? So when I come back next time, we are at a more accurate number.
Here would be my suggestion. I don't think we can go over what Social Security is doing for cost of living. And that's even less.
I can answer that for you if you'd like. So Social Security office has already put their number out for the year. They put it out quite a while ago, actually. It's like 2.8%, I believe, is what they said. I was going to recommend a 3% COLA. Was my original request.
I can tell you that I got a completely different number from them. I thought it was 2.3. I know that on Wash is using 2.1. What I would suggest is I have no problem with plugging in a 3% number there and don't put anything above that in. Just see what the 3% looks like. Because if the merit's going to be on top of that, and we're making adjustments to pay and stuff like that, you're going to be looking at a number that's very large.
Okay.
So I mean, that's my recommendation, so.
So what are you looking at plugging in for merit?
That was one kind of my question. The 3% cost of living, this year there was 5%, up to 5% merit. Because if I do not put in a merit adjustment, the departments that are not trying to restructure, which that basically encompasses police and fire, all the other departments and other staff would not get a merit increase.
Is there not a step system currently in place, or is it not an automatic? Or is it determined each year?
No, it's determined
It's
each
determined
year.
each year by the board.
Yeah, I think it's important that we recognize the rest of the staff just as much as we do our public safety. Obviously, I speak strongly for
Right,
our
but-
public
but-
safety.
Okay,
This
we've got a
past year-
math problem. Let's just say that it is 2.8 for Social Security. I thought it was 2.3.
Thank you.
Here's the problem you got, is if you plug in a 5% merit on top of that increase, plus you're talking about all the restructuring, which is about $500,000 or $600,000, you're gonna be looking at a payroll increase that's probably 12%. And I'm just telling you, even though I don't vote, I can't vote for a 12% pay increase. So we're gonna have to figure out how that works. So what I would suggest is that you plug in the recommendations for the other departments, and then maybe just forget whether it's COLA or whatever, just do a flat 5% across and figure out how that works. Not distinguish between merit and that, just to see what that number looks like when it comes out. Because you're already waiting, from what the numbers you've shown us, we're already gonna see a big number because of the restructuring, correct?
Yeah, the restructuring, this initial pass, which will hit you in this first year to bring everybody to the base, and then going forward, it will phase itself in. But yes, there will be an adjustment to get to the base that they're speaking of. Yes.
And so all I'm saying is if we do 5 across, and I'm just talking about a placeholder until we figure this out. If you did 5 across, that's supposed to be COLA and merit, just to plug something in and make those other adjustments.
What had been previous year's merit?
Up to 5.
Last year was 3%, and then merit was up to 5.
Yeah, cost of living was 3, up to 5. And we say up to because it's at the discretion of the department head when they do a performance review.
Yeah.
So they
But
can-
it's
they can
varied
give
from
them-
year to year.
Yeah.
I get that, and I think honoring, or at least respecting our town employees is vital. And I think, I recognize that we're being good stewards of the town's money and our taxpayers' money, but I think if the taxpayers should be appreciating the hard work that's being done and the fact that we need to retain people, and if we don't give any sort of merit, I think it doesn't reflect well on the board, and I'm all for giving, putting a 5% placeholder, up to a 5% placeholder for, personally,
For what?
for the merit. And then,
Topical.
on top of the COLA, yeah, absolutely. Because
Just
I
so
have,
you understand the argument you're gonna be making, okay, I'm just being clear with everybody. You're gonna stand up and you're gonna tell people here that 2 cents property tax that they're not getting as a reduction is gonna pay for those things, and you're okay with that?
let's see what the numbers are, yeah, I think.
Oh,
that-
I can tell you that's what the numbers are, it's gonna be worse than that.
Okay, well, I'd like to see the numbers, and I don't think it's outrageous for us to be respecting the hard work that our employees do.
I think you're doing that in the restructuring, aren't you?
That's half of them. What about the other half?
Yeah, when you're restructuring the salary, that's just police and fire. It doesn't affect any of the rest of the staff.
Percentage-wise, what's that percentage of our payroll? 70%?
I have not run those numbers.
I'm not trying
I mean,
to
just
say
estimate.
that everybody's not valued, but what we're talking about is a substantial change in compensation in 1 year. In
Correct.
1 year. At a time where the taxpayers here are getting hit with property tax bills that are off the chart in terms of value, okay? And so don't distinguish between, you and I are just gonna disagree on this. I don't think you're disrespecting people at this point by just saying, let's figure out what 5% looks like at the board. Because we may have to phase in some of the restructuring and still be able to get people merit. All I'm trying to do is figure out what that number is right now, because right now, in front of us, we've got something that shows we're gonna get $3 million more in property taxes, and we just spent 2.3 of that in those forecasts. All right, and even though I don't get the vote, that's not acceptable to me to have a $2.3 million increase in 1 year in a town this size. And a lot of the stuff is things that we can phase in and taking care of, and that's why I've asked a question about turnover. Okay, and it's easy to say, it's not my money, but I can tell you, it would have been a different election if this had been the Surf City thing and we were raising property taxes 30%, what we went through. And the problem we've got is we've got people in this town that have fixed income, and it's not about not respecting the people that are here, and the people that are hardworking and everything else. But at the end of the day, if we try to do everything at one time, all right, the math isn't gonna work. And to me, it's just that simple.
And I have been in an environment that did not do COLA, and as a result of not doing COLA for 5-10 years, it resulted in a very disproportionate distribution in salaries compared to the region that I was in. So I think that if we're not keeping up with COLA, we're not keeping up with merit. I think merit is exactly what we're saying. It's merit. We're recognizing the merit of our staff, and we have to send a message as a board. I recognize what you're saying. I get it, but I'd like to see the numbers as far as honoring and respecting our staff.
Okay, and here's where, this is why I love to get into these discussions, because I come from the business world. Let me tell you what the business world, in my company, the way we do that is, if you take on additional responsibilities, and if you do those things, you get a bigger bonus. Your salary doesn't go up every year, all right? And that includes COLA and everything else. I've not talked about not doing a COLA increase. But if somebody did a great job this year, and you give them a 10% merit increase because they did a really good job this year, they're gonna be earning on that performance every year after that, not just the year that they did the performance in. And that's the compounding factor. It doesn't mean that they had any more, they just did a really great year. We had a great year to take care of all those things. And when you look at the compounding factor of doing that year after year after year, we're gonna have a $10 million payroll in 5 years. And, if you're willing to support that, you're one vote, I'm one vote. I'm just telling you fundamentally that I have no problem with compensating our people well and taking care of those things, all right? But it also comes back to being good stewards of people's money. And to me, when we've done these increases in the past, and you look at the creep that we just saw in the budget that was just presented to us, okay, nobody in this board would get reelected in 2 years. I guarantee you. It would be a complete wipeout. And then you'd have another board come in here and just cut the shit out of everything, which is not what we want to do. And it's why I've been pushing for a 5-year plan, all right, is to treat our employees fairly and understand that we're also stewards of other people's money. Because we're not spending our money in here, we're spending somebody else's money in here, okay? And performance enhancement in the real world are, you don't get a raise every year based upon your performance, you get a bonus.
And again, that's the business world, that's not the government world, in my experience. I think I've said what I've said. I've got no problem taking a look at it. Because the staff,
If you run five, remember,
I
you're
get it.
talking about
The
like
staff-
$700,000 in this 10% restructuring, plus you're gonna be adding another 5% to it.
okay, take away the staff, what becomes of the town? If we can't retain people, we can't have people here doing the work for the citizens, what becomes of this town?
What happens if we lose taxpayers? What if we have people that come in and it's a different board and they come in and say, you know, we don't really care about that? What happens if that happens? What happens right now when they're looking at taking away property taxes from us at the state level? And that money's not there. The only money we can control is that. So what if they came back and said, you can't do that anymore, Kip? You can't raise your property taxes anymore. So who are you laying off? Because you can't keep anybody going. Those are the things that running a business, you have to look at 5 years from now. Okay, and you keep talking about that. I don't want our pay not to be fair to the people that are here. Okay, but you're acting like it's a zero-sum game. Oh my God, if we don't raise everybody's pay by $15,000 for some of these people, that everybody's gonna walk out the door and we're not gonna have any staff. And I don't see that. That's not the real world. We're
Again,
not, right now, we're in a world where everybody is laying people off. And what you're telling me is that we should be concerned that they quit if they don't get a 15% raise. And I don't see that dynamic.
That's absolutely not what I said. What I am saying is, working in a government environment,
Where you can raise taxes to get money. Go ahead.
and I'm not saying we're raising taxes, I mean, if any, that aside, that's a different discussion. I've said what I've said. I think that it's important to honor the staff, and I have no problem paying merit for fine work that our staff does.
I don't think anybody's saying that that's not the case. I mean, I think that people, you know, you've got to appreciate people's work and you've got to do what you do. But you know, if you're making, you know, if you're making Maseratis versus you're making Volkswagens, you got a whole different price structure that you're dealing with. I think what needs to happen, I think what needs to happen is you need to put the numbers together. We don't have to, you know, that doesn't have to have a final end today. I think what you do is you look at the numbers. We've added a lot of money, and we need to look at that to determine. I think that we did. I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is that with the police and fire, there is things that we've approved here, and so you're talking about the rest of the employees, and so I think that there's nothing wrong with having some kind of a maximum. Some kind of a maximum based on merit. I mean, if you've not got somebody that's worth getting more money, maybe you don't want that person.
Well, how difficult
so
is
I
it
think
for you
that
to
if
run
you
the
just run
numbers at 3
let
and
us look
5?
at all the numbers. I don't agree with Kip in that you just across the board go and do it, because you've got to see what kind of numbers you're dealing with.
I mean, how difficult is it for your staff to do 3 and then do 5, and that way we can look at the numbers?
Yeah.
I can plug it in with the 3 and 5 as individual line
Exactly,
items,
and then that
you
way we
can
can
see
look
what
at it,
they are.
regroup, reevaluate.
Because
and
it's
then
not a matter of
be able to
what
make a
the
better decision.
value of employees are. It's a matter of
What we're able to do for them.
what production you got, what income you're gonna have, and what have you gotta do? And we've just spent a bunch of money today. And so I think that, so I believe that, you know, I believe that there needs to be an answer to the question, but I don't think it's just whatever. I think we have to take a look at it.
Yeah, I think we need the data to make a decision.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I have some thoughts.
Okay.
All right, reading that North Topsail Beach showed a 38.30% increase in our valuation. I don't know where, and I don't really care where, but I want our expenditures cut. I would like to have our tax rate at 38.30% less than the tax rate is right now of 43 cents. Because I would like it for people's taxes not to increase at all this year. Of course, with that, that's an average. Some people are still gonna have their taxes increased, some are decreased. I'm not from the business world, but this is, I run a household budget, And if I know what my budget is, I have to plan accordingly. And like Larry said, sometimes you can't get a Maserati, you gotta get a Volkswagen or a Kia. That's what I drive. But I would like to see, it doesn't actually have to be bare bones, but any place that we can cut expenditures in a wise manner.
Or limit them. Limit them. is what you're
Limit
saying.
them, because I don't want to put us in any jeopardy. And I certainly don't want to, in Kip's words, I don't want to disrespect our employees because we have great employees. That being said, though, this is the taxpayers' money. This is what we're elected for, was to represent the taxpayers. The taxpayers, they are that's why we're here. Okay, that's me.
Well, it's just like if you put $100 here on the table and say, this is all you're gonna get, now where are you gonna spend it? You know, and that's where you are. We're dealing with taxpayers' money. We're not dealing with our money. We're not dealing with me producing something that now I'm making more profit off of it because we're not sitting here making a profit. But we're charged with running a tight ship and making sure that things get done. And that's balanced whether you're talking about salaries or everything else. We have to be competitive with the marketplace in order to get the good people.
Well, and I think, just so you know, when he runs the revenue neutral model for us, then you'll see what I'm talking about
That's
in
right.
terms
And
of
that's why I say
what the
we
deficit's
need to
gonna
look
look
and
like.
see what we got. It's not a matter of how we feel about what we ought to do. It's a matter of
I
what
agree.
we got that we can do with.
Right, and I take umbrage at being, this is about not treating the people with respect, okay? It's a two-way street. I want to be fair to our employees and also fair to taxpayers, because I can't tell you the number of calls and emails and everything I get about they don't like this revow, what are you guys doing with the money? Okay, why are you spending it on this? Why are you spending on that? Why are these, we were hiring I forget what it was, a $50,000 clerk and getting shit because that was too much money to pay a clerk. Okay, and so at the end of the day, we're not a college that we can raise tuition. We've got one way that we can move money around, and that's in property taxes. And it's the one that hits the people that are the fixed income people here that are not renting their places out. Those are the people that get hit the hardest in property taxes. Okay, the person that's got a 12-bedroom house that's renting it out for $15,000
Taking
a
up
week
the rent.
gives a shit whether its property taxes went up $1,000 a year. Okay, but the stuff that I get from people constantly in meetings and everything else is, what are you gonna do? And I go back to something Mark said, and that is, what are the have-to-dos? What are the needs-to-dos? And it could be that we just reallocate money to be fair to our employees and other stuff. And maybe we've got to kick projects. We're not gonna do a bike path now, okay? But I can tell you what, it's gonna be a very hard sell to tell people we're not doing a beach project because we gave everybody a 15% raise. That's not gonna play to anybody that I've seen.
Or that their homes are in jeopardy because we don't have the money
Well,
to
and you
start
got,
putting
and
sand
also,
back on
Mark,
the beach after the next
well,
storm.
and you mentioned this before, if Social Security's, if people in Social Security fixed income are getting 2.8%, and we're saying it's fair to give our people 8, 9, 10%, that's a hard argument to make in the market today. I mean, it's, you've got everybody doing layoffs, and we don't want to do that, but the other problem we get into this, guys, if you want to be honest with it, is at some point you're better off contracting out services that we're doing ourselves. And that's not a path that I want to go down, okay? You've got people that you can contract almost everything out to somebody else, and we, as a town, I don't believe we want to go there, so. All right, so now.
Microphone.
Yeah, I did that on purpose, we're done.
Oh, okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you. You can motion to adjourn, yeah.
Do I hear a second?
Second.